parties ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
I don't think the mics are on.
All rise. Jury entering.
You may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the delay, but as I said, there's going to be some times I need to take up things outside your presence, and that's exactly what I was doing. The state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Lieutenant Thomas Leonard.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat. If you'll make sure your microphone is on by pressing the button there. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
Yes, it's Lieutenant Thomas Leonard, Leonard.
And where are you employed?
With the Scott County Sheriff's Office.
And I think you touched on this, but what is your position there?
Lieutenant, currently over at third shift.
And what is third shift?
The hours of 11 o'clock at night till 7 o'clock in the morning.
And can you describe what the duties of a lieutenant is compared to a standard deputy, for lack of a better term?
Pretty much like a watch commander. I pretty much oversee all the deputies or all the sheriff's operation during that time period.
And how long have you been a member of law enforcement?
17 years with Scott County, 22 years altogether in law enforcement.
And did you complete the police academy?
I did. In 2005, I completed the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy.
And are you a sworn peace officer in the state of Iowa?
Yes, I am.
And I assume you've been one since your graduation in 2005?
That is correct, sworn.
Were you on duty on the evening of March 13th into March 14th, 2024?
Yes, I was.
And were you dispatched to a single vehicle accident?
I was.
And do you remember what time that was?
That was roughly before the 2 o'clock, like 1:47, I believe the 911 call came in.
And that'd be 1:47 a.m.?
That is correct.
Where was the accident located?
It's located at the Davenport Municipal Airport. It was the entrance to the airport, so 90th and Harrison in Mount Joy, which is just north of Davenport, or north of Interstate 80 there.
And what did you observe upon arriving on scene?
When I arrived on scene, I think that was at 1:55 a.m. when I arrived on scene. It was a silver Impala struck. There was a light pole with a concrete barrier. Struck that concrete barrier at probably, we don't know, rough speeds, probably around 45 miles an hour. That was the speed limit in that area. Severe front end damage to that vehicle at that location, and then I made contact with that individual at that time.
Okay. Staying on the location, what businesses probably isn't the right term, but what buildings were in the area or were close to that accident?
Well, like I said, it was the entrance of the airport, if that helps. Otherwise, it's the old Sears plant, used to be up in that general area. It would be just to the south of that. But otherwise, about half a mile to the west of Highway 61, which is 90th, that goes in that general area.
Are you familiar with a weather station?
That the Quad City weather station or the Doppler radar, if that helps you guys, that's the location that would have been the entrance to where this took place at.
And you may have testified to this already, but was the driver on scene?
The driver was on scene, yes.
And where did you locate the driver?
The driver, when I originally located him, was unconscious or was coming to behind the driver's seat of that silver Impala.
And do you see the driver of that Impala in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify him and state an article of clothing he's wearing?
Yes, he'll be to my right here. He's got the black tie on with gray shirt on.
May the record reflect the witness identified the defendant?
The record shall so reflect.
Did you make contact with the defendant?
Yes, I was the first person to make contact with him.
And at that time, were you able to identify who it was?
I didn't know who he was, but he was able to provide me at least the first name of Chris, and then we were able to identify his last name through the registered owner's last name.
And you stated he was, unconscious or coming to when you first approached him?
Yes, he was coming to, very dazed when I first made contact with him, but yes, coming to.
Did you make any other observations of the defendant as you arrived on to the vehicle?
As soon as I opened the door, the smell of an alcoholic beverage, very dazed, definitely signs of intoxication is what I was observing.
And what did you do at that point?
Just asked him basic questions like where he was going, where he's coming from, things like that. Tried to get a feel of what was going on there. And then, of course, we're trying to get fire personnel there because of the accident. It was an unknown accident, to get him checked out.
Did he make any statements during this process?
Statements that he made was he did not know where he was going. He believed he was in the area of an auditorium along 80. He was believing he was at the hospital. I asked him why he didn't have shoes on. He didn't know that reason. There's a lot of statements that were made that weren't making sense to the whole situation, which I was trying to put together and investigate.
So he told you that he didn't have shoes on?
I asked him why he didn't have shoes on. He couldn't provide an answer to that.
Okay, so you observed him without shoes?
That is correct.
Did you observe shoes anywhere in the vehicle that he could have been wearing at some point?
Nowhere in his vicinity, no.
Did you see any weapons?
So as we got the seatbelt removed, things like that, before I turned over to fire personnel to have him checked out, there was a knife that was located at his feet. So I actually removed that knife for my safety and for his safety so he wouldn't cut himself or anything like that on his feet.
At this point in the investigation, what potential crimes would you be investigating?
All we had right now was the operating while intoxicated.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Pending the witness must be marked. Pending the witness must be marked as State's Exhibit 29. Have you put on a pair of gloves and then open that box.
All right.
And while you're doing that, make sure you don't show that to the jury until it's admitted in evidence.
That's correct.
Is it possible while he's doing so that he indicate what he's cutting through, just so the jury's informed?
That would, I'll ask the witness to do so.
Yes, so we have evidence to seal on here, so that makes sure the item isn't tampered with during that time period. So it's been sealed by the detective or officer that ended up putting it in here. They initial case, put a date on it, along with their badge number. So that way we know, make sure it's been not tampered with.
Okay. Do you recognize the contents of that box?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell me what it is?
This would be the knife that was located at the foot of the driver of that vehicle.
Okay, do you recognize that as the knife that you recovered on in the early morning hours of March 14th, 2024 from that vehicle?
Yes, that's the knife I removed from the vehicle.
Okay, Your Honor, the state would move to admit Exhibit 29.
No objection, state 29, Your Honor.
Exhibit 29 will be admitted.
Okay, permission to show it to the jury?
You may.
If you could show that knife to the jury.
Okay. Knife. Make sure all you guys can see it.
Okay, thank you. I'll retrieve that and put it back on the table. The knife you just viewed, is that in substantially the same condition as when you first retrieved it from the vehicle?
Again, the weather that night was pouring down rain. So when I removed it, I took it outside the vehicle, put it on top, and put it on the trunk also. As I moved it throughout twice before I put it back in the vehicle, it would have had more blood on it at that point. But due to the rain, it was pretty much the blood came off.
And can you give us a sense for how hard it was raining that evening?
It was a good downpour during this whole situation.
So you said you retrieved the knife, you set it on the Impala?
Originally set it on top while the fire was dealing with them, and I also put it to the trunk at one point.
Okay. And what did you ultimately do with that knife?
Once we turned the driver over to Medic for transport to the hospital, we realized it had nothing to do with what we were investigating, so I put it back in the vehicle to be towed away with the vehicle.
Who else arrived on scene other than you?
Right behind me, Deputy Turner, Jake Turner.
And were there medic personnel?
Yes, Medic and fire personnel from Davenport Police or Fire Department.
Okay. Did you observe any injuries on the defendant on scene?
One of the questions I asked him if he was injured, if he had any pain, he indicated that he had pain to his waist area at that point, and then one of the fire chiefs of Davenport came over towards the end of my dealings out there and said that they found a laceration.
I'll have you stop right there.
Yep.
Did you personally observe any injuries?
I did not.
Okay. Were you wearing a body camera that night?
I was.
And was it functioning properly?
It was.
And have you reviewed that body camera footage from that evening?
I have.
And was it a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed?
It is.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Pending the witness must be marked as Exhibit 55, which is the body camera from that evening. You said it was a fair and accurate depiction of that evening?
It would be, yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to introduce State's Exhibit 55.
Your Honor, I have no objection. I just want to indicate that this was provided to us prior to it being offered today in its redacted form, and we'd had an opportunity to review it in full. So again, we have no objection.
Exhibit 55 will be admitted.
Thank you. Permission to publish?
You may.
Okay, before I play the video, do you see that pointer behind you?
Yes.
I want to point out a couple of things. First of all, in the upper right-hand corner, there's some, it says 3/14/2024. Would that be the correct date that this body camera footage is taken from?
That is correct, and time.
And then right after that, it says 01:54:51. That would be 1:54 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead and play it. Pause it, trying to figure out why the sound isn't playing.
Mr. Larson, we sometimes have this issue. If you want to take a few moments to work on that, we can excuse the jury just for a few moments.
We maybe try it one more way, and then we can excuse them. I
Sure.
think and maybe have it
Sure.
troubleshot. Then again, maybe I don't. So we can take a few moments.
Ladies and gentlemen, we do our best with the technology, but sometimes we do have these issues. I'm sure you experience the same thing in your own personal lives. So we'll adjourn just for a moment. I would remind you of your admonition. Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves, and please continue to keep an open and attentive mind. Mr. Larson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm now starting Exhibit 55 from the beginning.
Can you wake up for me? Buddy, can you look at me? Are you alright?
Yeah.
You're in an accident. Do you know that?
No.
Where were you heading to? Do you know where you're at all or anything?
Yeah, I was on the auditorium.
Where were you heading, you think?
The auditorium.
The auditorium?
Yeah.
Where's the auditorium at?
The ADM. ADM.
What's your name?
Christian.
Chris?
Chris.
Ian?
Chris Behal.
Okay. Six, I have a Chris. I don't have the last name yet. All right, I'm going to have fire personnel check you out here in a second, all right?
Yeah.
Just seeing what else we have over there. Nothing over there? All right. Whose car is this? You don't know whose car it is?
Nope.
Okay, all right.
He said his name's Chris?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's him. That's the same last name. All right. Can you hit the seatbelt over there for me?
Yeah.
Nothing on you, right?
Nope.
Okay, what hurts on you right now?
No, nothing other than my waist bone.
Your waist hurts?
Yeah, my waist.
Your waist hurts there? Okay. All right, these fire guys are going to talk to you real quick. Make sure you're okay. I'm going to step out of the way.
Hi. I just recently dealt with it.
Oh, he's
99 too.
is he? I'm guessing he's wasted too, so he's on something.
I'm going to pause it right there for a moment. We're at, according to the time on the body camera, 1:56 a.m. and 57 seconds. We see another deputy or uniformed individual in the picture. Can you tell us who that is?
That would be Deputy Jake Turner.
Okay. I'll continue.
There's an auditorium. He's going to the auditorium by 80, wherever that's at. Oh, he's going to be transported, so we probably just... I'll take care of Fred's if you want to go to the hospital, read them, like them, sign, all that stuff. County 6, go ahead and sign your Fred's. So where are you bleeding at down here? Your foot's all got blood on it. Where's your shoes at? Do you know where your shoes are at?
No.
Okay. Did you just jump in the vehicle from...
Yeah.
Where'd you leave from then?
Not sure.
Not sure? All right. When you get... why is there's a knife down by your foot, so I want to make sure I move that, okay?
Oh,
So...
If you want to go foot, I'll put my foot in front of my head.
All right. You didn't cut yourself tonight at all, did you?
Nope.
All right. But you say you don't remember where you were coming from?
Nope.
Not at all?
Nope.
Girlfriend's house, your house, anybody's house?
Not really sure.
Okay. So do you know where you're at right now?
Hospital, I'm pretty sure.
Your hospital is where you're thinking at?
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
No. You're over by the airport.
Oh,
Do
okay.
you know how you got there?
Nope.
No? Okay. All right. Beautiful weather for this.
All right.
Okay, the knife you retrieved on that video, was that the same knife that you identified previously?
That would be the same knife, yes.
What did you do after this video ended as part of your investigation?
With this investigation, I pretty much did the accident report on this incident here, and then stood by until Fred's, the tow company, arrived so we could tow the vehicle away from there.
And at that point, did you clear the accident?
I did a little bit further investigation, trying to figure out why he was, the driver was at that location, because like I said, nothing was making sense what he was saying. Through our CAD system, which is our dispatch system. We could actually see local information on the driver. We could see where he lived at in prior calls. So I did a little bit of digging in there, and I actually had another deputy respond back up to 105 Crestview Drive, number 4, which was the registered known address for him and then his girlfriend, Taylor Escontrias.
You said you dispatched another deputy to the 105 Crestview, apartment number 4.
That is correct.
What deputy did you dispatch to that location?
Deputy Raby is who I dispatched.
And for a court reporter, do you know how to spell Raby?
Raabe.
And do you recall when you would have dispatched Deputy Raby to that apartment?
I believe that was right around the 2:25 a.m.
And what, I guess, is it normal to dispatch a deputy to check a residence as part of an OWI investigation?
Not normal, but with what he was saying on scene, I wanted to make sure, figure out why he was coming from where he was coming from, things like that, and also to check on her to make sure she was all right also.
And are you aware of the outcome of that welfare check?
Yes, Deputy Raby called me back minutes later after he arrived there. He knocked on the door multiple times. He actually said he called the phone number that we had listed for Taylor, but no answer. I actually asked if there was anything suspicious, and at that point he indicated there was nothing suspicious at that residence.
At that time, was any further action taken with respect to that apartment?
Nothing for that apartment, no.
As far as you're concerned, was your OWI investigation over at that point?
It was turned over to Deputy Turner at that point, which followed medic to the hospital with the driver.
Okay, but your involvement, at least direct involvement, was done with the OWI investigation?
It was.
Was that your last involvement with the broader investigation that would later ensue?
Roughly a little bit before 4 o'clock a.m., I received a phone call or a request to call Deputy Turner, which was currently at the hospital.
And what did you do after being called by Deputy Turner?
I made contact with Deputy Turner, and he made a statement that...
I'm not offering it for the truth, we're offering it so he can explain his investigative action.
Perceived by the jury as truth, I would just ask that you rephrase his question.
If you could rephrase the question, please.
Okay, without telling us what Deputy Turner told you, what were the next steps that you took in the investigation?
I made the decision that we're going to do a welfare check back at 105 Crestview Drive, number 4.
And did you dispatch, did you do that, or did you dispatch someone to do that, or how did that happen?
Pretty much my closest unit at that time was Deputy Slagel, S-L-A-G-L-E. Dispatched to him to that address, and we arrived roughly around 4:12 a.m. We both arrived about the same time.
To the 105 Crestview address?
105 Crestview address, correct.
And I don't know if you've stated what town is that in?
That would be Parkview, so it actually has an Eldridge address, but it is actually Parkview, Iowa.
And you said you went to that apartment.
Correct.
What did you do when you arrived to that apartment?
Actually, I arrived with Deputy Slagel. I had him knock on the door. I believe it was at least twice. We announced ourselves, and then I had him check the door handle, because at that point we knew we were going to make a welfare check into that residence to make sure Taylor or any individuals in the apartment were okay. Okay,
so you and Deputy Slagel are immediately outside of that apartment, is that correct?
That is correct, apartment number 4.
And then at least one of you knocks on the door?
That is correct.
And was that you or Deputy Slagel?
Deputy Slagel.
Did anyone answer or respond to those knocks?
After, I think it was probably a minute or so, no answer, no movement. We were listening to make sure we could hear anything inside. We couldn't hear anything.
Okay, and did either one of you end up making entry to that apartment?
Yes, after we verified the door was unlocked, I had Deputy Slagel go ahead and make entry to that apartment.
And did you make any observations when he opened or made entry to the apartment?
The first statement that came out of Deputy Slagel's mouth was, "Oh shit," and then I asked what he had, and we found a deceased female right behind the door.
What happened then?
Pretty much I gave the order that we have to clear the apartment because we have to secure the scene. So both myself and Deputy Slagel made entry, secured the location, make sure that we had no other victims inside, and then no other people in the residence, and then we secured the residence at that point.
Okay, and you kind of touched on this, but what was the purpose of clearing the apartment?
Pretty much a safety check and for make sure we had no other people that were hurt in there, along with no suspects or any other individuals.
What observations did you make inside of the apartment?
As soon as we made entry, like I said, we had a deceased body up against the door. We had actually somewhat step over her to get in. Right away, we observed a baseball bat that was on the couch. A lot of blood, pretty much from the kitchen area to where the body was at. On the walls, it was a lot of blood.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Pending the witness, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 23. Again, I'll have you put your gloves on, Lieutenant Leonard. And then here's a pair of scissors. You can narrate if you're breaking any seals or doing anything of that. I'll have you open that and look at it. Don't show it to the jury at this point.
Okay. One of the lab seal, which is from the Department of Investigations. Go ahead and cut that one, making sure that it hasn't been tampered with. We'll go ahead and for you guys.
Okay, do you recognize that item in that box?
This would resemble the bat that was on the couch when we made entry that night.
Okay, and does it appear to be in substantially the same condition as when you first observed it in the apartment?
Of what I recall, yes.
Okay, and where was that located?
That was located on the couch. Pretty much, you can say the living room of that apartment. So right inside the door, the couch was there, and this was on the couch.
Your Honor, the state moves to introduce State's Exhibit 23.
No objection, State's 23, Your Honor.
Exhibit 23 will be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
If you could show that to the jury.
It's loose on the bottom down there, so I just want to make sure it doesn't fall out.
Okay, thank you. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Can you describe the bat when you found it that evening? Or did you make any observations of the bat other than it was a bat?
Just pretty much it was a bat. Like I said, we made entry just for the reasonings of securing it, and then we got out of that residence just so until we can get a search warrant later on, and then we could do our investigation.
Okay, so at that point, what's the main focus of being in the apartment?
It was just securing the location and make sure, like I said, make sure we had no other victims inside or suspects.
Did medics arrive?
A medic arrived, yes, about by 4:35, I believe, roughly in that time period.
And do you remember, did you recognize the medics, or the medic that arrived?
It was our local medic individuals. I don't have their names.
Okay. Were they granted access to the apartment?
Yes, so immediately we started a log indicating who enters and leaves that apartment, because that's what we do in crime scenes like this. But yes, those names were recorded so medic could actually step in and call the time of death.
And did you observe them perform their duties?
I was actually outside at that time. Deputy Slagel was the one in charge of the log.
And what did they do once they were done with their examination?
They left.
And at this stage, was anyone else granted access to the apartment?
At that time, no one else was granted access.
Okay. And what was being done during that time frame?
At that time point, it was applying for a search warrant, getting all that information to the judge or magistrate to make entry to that apartment so we could start our investigation.
And was a search warrant obtained?
Later on that morning, yes, a search warrant was obtained.
Okay. So from when the time, or other than what you've described, from the time you arrived on scene, and you and Deputy Slagel entering, and then the medics, was anyone else allowed on the scene until the search warrant was obtained?
As far as we made it was to the number 4, the door itself. Otherwise, no one was past that until the search warrant was obtained.
Did all these events occur, excuse me, did you have any further involvement that evening with the investigation?
Besides turning everything over to investigation, into our criminal investigation division, no.
Okay, and this all happened in Scott County, Iowa?
It did.
Okay, no further questions.
Mr. Puentes?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Lieutenant.
Morning.
I'm going to ask you to bear with me here. Sometimes I appear a little nonlinear. If I should deviate from chronology, just kind of, again, try to answer my questions the best of your ability. So, you first receive a call, I believe your testimony was at approximately 1:47 a.m. From SECC, which is what? Scott Emergency. Answer the rest of that for me.
Communication Center.
Perfect. And that's the 911 dispatching, is that right?
That is correct for Scott County.
And it was reported that there was a single vehicle accident, is that right?
Yes.
And you took approximately 8 minutes to arrive on scene, is that correct?
That would be about right, yes.
All right. And as you arrived on scene 8 minutes later, you found Mr. Behal in the driver's seat just coming to, is that right?
That is correct.
All right. And he was the only occupant, the solo occupant inside of this vehicle, is that correct?
That would be correct.
And you saw significant front end damage, is that right?
Correct.
And this was, again, a single vehicle accident, but it struck sort of like a concrete barricade in front of some sort of a light assembly, is that correct?
Pretty much the circle concrete barrier around a light pole.
Okay. The video does a great job, obviously, of illustrating the vehicle and kind of its condition, but I want to show you some images. Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as proposed defense exhibits B, C, and D. Just bear with me for a moment while I mark them. As is always the case, just look at them first. They're not yet admitted. So I just ask that you review them briefly. Tell me if you're familiar with what's depicted in those images.
So this would be the silver Impala from that night.
The same Impala that was operated, at least it's your belief, was operated by Mr. Behal, given he was in the driver's seat. Is that correct?
Due to the damage and everything, I would say this would be the vehicle.
Now, that's no longer on the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, this would probably be the Fred's location.
But nevertheless, the condition of that vehicle had not been changed, at least as to its sort of external, the way it's depicted in the photos.
Yeah, this would be what I seen that night, yes.
Okay, and does it fairly accurately depict what you recall seeing on that date?
Yes.
All right. Move to admit defense exhibits B, C, and D.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits B, C, and D will be admitted.
Permission to briefly publish.
You may.
I'm just going to show you defense exhibit B because I think it probably does the best job of just kind of displaying what I'm here to talk about. That is the vehicle as you found it again, correct?
Correct.
The vehicle, again, operated by Christopher Behal, is that correct?
Correct.
The term that I've always been familiar with is intrusion, which sort of illustrates the depth in which, in this case, the concrete barrier went within the front compartment of the vehicle. Is that a word you're familiar with?
I've heard, yes, I am.
Can you approximate, if you don't know with certainty, how much intrusion exists in this vehicle?
I'm not an accident investigator on that, so intrusion, no, I wouldn't be able to help you there.
Okay. Would you describe this as significant front-end impact?
I would say yes.
Thank you. Now, I believe your testimony is that you approximated the speed of the vehicle to be about 45, and I think that was informed by the posted speed limit being that 45, correct?
That would be the rough, yes, that would be correct.
Okay. And when you arrived on scene, we already discussed this, but you saw Mr. Behal just coming to, is that correct?
Correct.
And we know that the call came in at approximately 1:47, and you arrived 8 minutes later, which suggests it took him approximately 8 minutes to come to.
Somewhere in that time period, yes.
And once you were in a position to observe the sort of the cabin or the internal compartment of the vehicle, you saw that there was airbag deployment, is that right?
I did see that.
Which in your experience is just indicative of front-end impact, is that correct?
Certain speeds cause the airbag to deploy, but yes, front-end damage or rear-end depends.
All right. And I want to talk about the interior compartment of that just for a moment. Did you observe any shards of metal exposed?
I do not recall.
Okay. The video, again, I guess would be the best evidence of what the inside of that vehicle looked like?
Correct.
Okay, but nothing specifically stands out to you now, nothing specifically listed in your report, correct?
Correct.
All right. Do you recall seeing any sort of like sharp or jutting plastic inside of that motor vehicle?
Inside the vehicle? No.
Okay. Now, upon approach, Mr. Behal started speaking to you. I don't recall if it was sort of spontaneous or if it was in response to a question, but there was some conversation that took place. Is that right?
There was.
All right. And at least a portion of the comments given by Mr. Behal were nearly unintelligible. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it was at least in part kind of because of slurring, or at least what sounded like slurring on the video. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. Now at this point, I mean, given your experience and kind of common sense, really, did it appear that this individual was obviously intoxicated?
We were going to investigate it as an OWI, or operational intoxicated, yes.
Okay. But given, again, your training experience, it's also quite possible he was, in conjunction with that, also concussed. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. Now, with respect to the answers he gave you, he seemed confused, for lack of better words, about sort of where he was going and where he even was at the moment that you arrived. Is that correct?
Yes.
He was very clearly inside of a motor vehicle, parked on the side of the road. Maybe parked is a little incorrect, but nevertheless, not in a hospital, which is very clearly where he thought he was. Correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, circling back to what was found inside the vehicle, one of which has already been admitted, that was the knife. I think it was State's Exhibit 29. Is that right? I'm not quizzing you on the exhibit number, but it is the knife, correct?
It would be the knife is what I located, yes.
All right. And my assumption, and correct me if I'm mistaken, at the time that you removed it from the vehicle, it was less about preserving evidence and more about ensuring officer safety.
Officer safety and his safety, due to the fact that it was at his feet and he was going to have to step on it or step over it or something like that.
Sure, and that's why instead of moving it, I guess, inside of the cabin, you placed it on top or out of reach of Mr. Behal. Is that correct?
Correct.
In this case, that was on top of the vehicle while it was in pouring down rain.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, it is rather evident from the video, Mr. Behal was very sluggish, but would you agree he was at all times compliant?
No, he was compliant. He was trying to answer the questions, things like that. So yes, he was compliant.
And with respect to that, did it appear to you to be theater, or did it appear to be just a very dazed, intoxicated individual?
Dazed and intoxication.
Okay. So it didn't seem like he was faking it or pulling your leg, I guess is what I'm getting at.
No.
Now, he had uttered to you something about having pain on his left side, I think. Strike that. He indicated to you that he was having pain near his waist. Is that correct?
Correct.
At that point, I don't think he identified which side, did he?
I believe it was just waist. He may have pointed that direction to the left side.
Okay, and you already testified you never actually sort of directly observed the injury, is that
I
correct?
did not observe the injury, no.
Do you know throughout the investigation whether it was identified that he did in fact have an injury?
Through the investigation, I was told where the injury was located at.
Okay. And did you at least observe any sort of blood or marks on his clothing that suggested an injury might be contained underneath it?
Correct, with the blood on his shorts, on his feet that were indicated in the video. So yes, blood on the left side of his body, what I observed.
Which at least appeared to you as though he may have been actively bleeding, is that correct?
Correct, he was involved with an accident.
Now, within the compartment of the vehicle, I do also want to discuss this briefly. Did you see any alcohol used or otherwise within the cabin of that vehicle?
There's no other alcohol located inside that vehicle.
So there's no indication that he was drinking on the scene, is that correct?
That would be correct.
All right. Just want to ensure sort of, I guess, accuracy. The relevant times, and maybe that's just my opinion, but the important times are dispatch at 1:47, correct?
Correct.
Approximate arrival at 1:55 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And these are on March 14th, 2024, correct?
That would be correct.
You first instructed, or at least the first arrival at the domicile on Crestview, or the Crestview Apartments, I guess I should say, was at 2:25 a.m., is that correct?
Oh, correct. When Deputy Raby would have went back up there, would have been roughly around the 2:25 hour.
And then when you, along with Officer Slagel, I believe, arrived, that was at 4:12 a.m., is that right?
4:12 when we arrived at on the address on Crestview, yes.
Okay. So the difference of arrival on scene and entry into the apartments was approximately 3.5-ish hours.
That would be correct.
Okay. Now, the relevant apartment number was number 4. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And if you know, what was the apartment number directly below apartment 4?
That should be number 2 below.
And did you personally discern, or I guess identify at any point in time, who was the occupant of apartment 2?
I did not.
Okay. Now, I do want to discuss a little bit about your training experience, just because I think it's a useful tool for the jury here. You were obviously, at least in part, investigating an OWI upon your arrival. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you learn about sort of investigating, and maybe processing is a fair word, OWIs in the Law Enforcement Academy. Is that right?
Yes, and I'm also OWI instructor for the deputies and officers in Scott County.
Okay, so if you could approximate how much training related to OWI, investigations of OWIs, do you possess?
So the initial training for all officers is going to be 40 hours at the academy for OWI. That's pretty much identifying, seeing everything, and then also running through them to standardized field sobriety testing, along with the use of the Data Master, which is the machine that is used to calculate the blood alcohol level on an individual. And then we usually have about every 2 years, we have an additional 2 to 3 hours of training reference this to keep everybody up to date on their training and experience when it comes to OWIs.
And it's always been my understanding with respect to the Law Enforcement Academy, and maybe some of your other training, that there's always kind of a wet and dry testing component. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Can you explain what that is?
So pretty much what that is we bring actually, we'll usually, lately we've been using like nurses that will come down. We'll actually get them to about a 0.08 level in a secured environment and actually have our officers run them through a field sobriety test and see where they're at, and pretty much judge our officers where they're at, making sure they're doing the test correctly. So we're actually doing like a wet lab for our officers.
And what is the purpose of seeing people in an intoxicated state in that particular training?
So the officers can actually see what they have in front of them, and also when it comes to the test that we're looking for with the field sobriety, we can indicate what their blood alcohol level is during that time period, or even if there's another drug that we may have to be looking at.
Now, you'd referenced a threshold of .08. What is the significance of that?
So in the state of Iowa, the say level is actually .085, but the legal limit to operate a vehicle, mostly across the United States, is a .08 blood alcohol level.
Have you ever ascertained why? Like, why is that number kind of the line of demarcation for whether or not you can operate or not operate a motor vehicle?
So that's pretty much where they draw the line of intoxications. Again, not everywhere across the country is that way. There's some that are going lower at this point, but that's the line that I guess society has picked as the intoxication level at this point.
Have you observed in your training experience, and this includes your field time, responding, all that stuff, a difference in sort of levels of impairment? In other words, like, people that respond differently to alcohol.
Yes, correct. There's different levels. Different people handle it different ways, things like that, yes.
Can you just give me some examples of things you've seen with respect to, like, how different people may act?
It just depends on the size of the person, how small, but usually you always have, like, the slurred speech, the falling down, unable to comprehend. It's multitasking. Is usually when a person's intoxicated, they can't multitask. And that's a lot of the tests that we do kind of looks at that.
Do you see, I guess, changes in, like, cognition, like their understanding?
Correct. They're unable to comprehend what you're saying, or at least give you the answer and move forward from there, yeah.
Okay. If I said a blood alcohol content was 300 or more, what does that mean to you?
That's extremely high for an individual. We do see it. But that's one of the high numbers that we usually see for an operating while intoxicated or blood alcohol level.
How impaired are those people as it relates to someone who might be at .08, for example?
Majority of the population at .3 probably would not be awake when it comes down to it. That's extremely high for most people, but if they do drink often, things like that, that is a possibility to be that high. Just shows that they have extreme tolerance when you're at a .3 or anything higher than that.
But those people would still be impaired. They would just be awake.
Correct. They're still impaired, definitely.
One moment. Nothing further, thank you.
Any further redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Puentes asked you about whether the defendant had a concussion or appeared to have a concussion. Just to be clear, I mean, do you know whether he had a concussion or not?
No, that's why I would have medical check him out at that point.
The pain that the defendant described on his left side, did he ever report to you how he incurred that pain or injury?
I asked him. I asked if he ended up doing that injury to himself. No.
And the blood that you saw in the vehicle, was that abnormal based on the car accident scene that you were also observing?
That would be normal on that situation. Plus, fire and medic personnel were already there, so I'm going to give it to the people that know what they're doing to check him over on that situation.
Also want to ask you a little bit about people functioning at different levels. So you said you're the OWI and like field or instructor for Scott County?
One of the couple, there's a few instructors for Scott County, but yes, I am one of them.
So have you observed individuals kind of along the whole spectrum of being not intoxicated at all to being highly intoxicated?
Correct. There is a range from pretty much showing no signs and then all the way to being passed out.
Okay. And if you have someone that's, let's say they just turned 21 and they've never had a drop of alcohol in their life, from what you've seen in your training and experience, or how would you expect that person to act at .08 compared to a heavy drinker?
If they're not used to it, majority of the people, if not all, but majority of the people would be showing a lot of signs of intoxication, unable to speak in a way, stumbling. You'll see that more if it's a person that's not used to it, or in that area, .08, .1, in that area, general area.
Okay, and if we keep going until someone's highly intoxicated, I think Mr. Fuentes threw out higher than 300. Have you seen people function better than others at that level?
People do function at that, but majority of the time that we've always seen them are the ones that are pretty much alcohol is a norm for them, is what it comes down to. If they have blood alcohol level of a .3 or higher.
Okay, so someone that you said blood out or kind of using alcohol is the normal for them, are they able to function at that high of a level?
Yeah, we run into people that can function at that level, yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Mr. Fuentes?
Very briefly, I understand you're not a medical professional. Is that fair to say?
Very low level, but yes, no.
But you've been doing this for a very long time, correct?
Yes,
You've seen a lot of things, is that correct?
I have.
And in this particular case, you saw a motor vehicle with significant front end damage, is that correct?
Correct.
Airbag deployment, is that correct?
That would be correct.
And a person who was rendered unconscious is simply coming to in the area of 8 minutes, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you think it's a logical leap to conclude a person may have a head injury?
It's a possible with a head injury, yes.
Thank you, nothing further.
Nothing further.
All right. You may step down.
Thank you.
We are at 10:30. I think we'll take our morning break at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, I would remind you of your admonition. Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Please continue to keep an open and attentive mind. We'll be in adjournment for approximately 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
The state may call its next witness.
State calls Jacob Turner.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Please have a seat there, and if you could just push the button to ensure your microphone is on. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Jacob Turner, Jacobturner.
And what is your occupation?
Deputy Sheriff with the Scott County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been a deputy with the Scott County Sheriff's Office?
7.5 years.
Do you have any prior law enforcement experience before that?
Just in the jail.
Okay. And what did you do at the jail?
As a correctional officer.
And can you tell us about your education and training as it pertains to your job as a deputy?
I went through the Iowa Basic Law Enforcement Academy.
And are you a certified peace officer?
Yes.
And I assume you've been one for the last 7.5 years you've been a deputy.
Yes.
Were you working, I guess, what shift do you work?
Third shift, so 11 p.m. to 7 a.m.
And were you working as a deputy on that shift that would have started March 13th, 2024 and gone to March 14th, 2024?
Yes.
And were you dispatched to an area around East 90th and Harrison Street on that date? Do
Yes.
you remember what time that was?
Approximately. Do you mind if I look at my notes quick?
Would looking at your notes refresh your memory
Yes.
as far as what time,
What time it came out? Yeah.
Yes. You can look at your report and then shut it so you're testifying
it's
from memory.
My report at 1:49 hours, 1:49 a.m.
What did you arrive on scene?
Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later.
I might have might have been a poor question, or maybe it wasn't quite. What did you observe when you arrived on scene?
I observed Lieutenant Leonard up at a vehicle, which was in the median of the road, like the driveway going into the airport for the Davenport Airport. Observed the vehicle up against the light pole.
Okay, and do you know who was driving the vehicle?
Yes.
And who was driving the vehicle?
Christopher Behal.
You see that individual in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point him out? And identify an article of clothing he's wearing.
Gray shirt and black tie.
May the record reflect that witness identified the defendant?
The record shall so reflect.
Did you make any unusual observations with respect to the defendant on the scene of the accident?
Observed he was barefoot and he had blood on his feet.
What did you do, or what was your role at the crash scene?
Just basic accident investigation, speaking with Lieutenant Leonard, just gathering registration information, insurance information, and basic scene investigation of trying to figure out what caused the crash.
Okay. Other than you and Lieutenant Leonard, was there anyone else on scene?
Davenport Fire and Scott County Medic staff.
And what did medical staff do on scene?
They ended up getting the defendant into a cot and transporting him to Genesis East Hospital in Davenport.
Okay. And once the defendant was transported to Genesis East, what did you do?
I followed behind and continued with the accident investigation to follow up with the defendant.
At this point, what potential crimes were you investigating?
At that point, just the accident and potentially and operating while intoxicated.
Were you wearing a body-worn camera at the hospital?
Yes.
Let's back up a minute. When you arrived at the hospital, what did you do?
I made contact with the nurses and walked back towards the area where the defendant was stationed with, in his room.
Okay, so you arrived, or you went to the room where the defendant was at?
Yeah.
What did you do when you arrived in that room?
I began just speaking to him about the accident and going over just basic accident investigation questions at that point.
And what types of things were you doing to investigate the possible OWI?
Asking follow-up questions with how much, he had a drink. We had mentioned that, medic had mentioned that the defendant had mentioned he had something to drink, and then on top of that, just asking if he remembered anything about the crash, what the last thing he remembered was, and so forth.
Okay. Are you familiar with field sobriety tests?
Yes.
And are you trained to administer those?
Yes.
Were you able to administer all of those to the defendant?
No.
Did you administer any of those tests to the
The
defendant?
horizontal gaze nystagmus test.
Okay. And is that also called like an HGN test?
Yes.
And can you explain what that test is?
It shows involuntary movement of the eyes through 3 categories. In order to, for example, each eye shows 1 clue each for each of the tests. So lack of smooth pursuit. For example, if it's the best way to describe it is like watching a windshield wiper across a dry windshield. You're looking for like eyes jutting. And then nystagmus at maximum deviation, so reaching as far out as you can and looking for the involuntary movement of the eyes there. And then nystagmus onset of prior to 45 degrees. And same thing you're looking for prior to a 45-degree angle, moving your finger back and forth. You hold it for 4 seconds, and if you can see the movement of the eyes.
Okay. And is that the test like you see in TV shows and movies where the officer has the subject follow their finger?
Yes.
Other than that test, did you administer any other tests?
I offered a preliminary breath test.
Okay. And are there other tests that are normally available that you did not administer in this case?
Yes.
And how come those were not administered?
The walk and turn and the 1-leg stand test were not administered based on him being essentially bedridden and in a neck brace, just for safety and injury purposes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Handing Dick Turner what's been marked as the State's Exhibit 41. I think you already testified that you were wearing your body-worn camera that evening.
Correct.
Was it functioning properly?
Yes.
And did your camera capture you coming into the room and then administering some of those tests?
Yes.
And did you review the clips of that video?
Yes.
And were they fair and accurate as far as what you observed that evening?
Yes.
Your Honor, the State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 31. Or excuse me, 41.
No objection.
Exhibit 41 will be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Okay, hopefully technology cooperates with us. I'm going to show 3 clips, which have previously been redacted. It's a little bit hard to see, but are you able to tell the timestamp on the first clip there that's starting to play?
Yes. 308.
And that'd be 3:08 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And where is this taken from, or what are we looking at?
The defendant in his hospital bed at Genesis East in the emergency room.
And so that's the defendant laying down there?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sure she's probably sleeping by now, but
I have something to cover my feet.
yeah, I'll get to the nurses. Get the nurses for that. See if I can get you some socks or something. Just give me 1 second here. How much did you have to drink tonight, man? I know you were saying you had some alcohol.
Too much.
Too much? Fair enough. I know last time I saw you, you had some epilepsy issues. Do you think that you might have had something to do with that tonight too? Like maybe in and out of a seizure, or?
I'm sure it probably did.
Okay. I know I kind of heard what you were talking with the doctors about. Do you remember anything? nothing from today at all? What's the last thing you remember?
Really nothing, honestly.
Okay. Do you know how you? So there was a knife. I know you just. Sorry, I'm getting my ears getting.
There was a knife, and I don't really know how it got in the car, but
Okay.
like I know there was a reason why it was in the car,
Yeah.
but it was not like anything suicidal.
No, and I figured not. I mean, believe me, I've got pocket knives I'll leave in my cup holders and stuff.
Yeah, no, it was anything. It wasn't anything suicidal.
Did they take a look at your cut and figure out if that was from like a knife? Usually they can kind of tell.
I don't even know what the cut was from.
Okay.
Honestly, I can't even really move right now.
Okay, yeah, I know. Some of the questions kind of sound dumb. I'm just trying to make sure you're all right and everything else.
Yeah.
I have your copy of your insurance card and your registration with me. I'll just leave that with your property. Here. Are you able to keep your eyes open for a little bit?
Yeah.
I just want to check your eyes while you're laying down. It's going to be kind of an awkward position. Are you good if I do that? Okay. Just keep your head still and look straight at my finger, okay? You think that's about a foot away from your face? Give or take a couple inches?
Give or take.
Okay. I'm going to start moving it. Just follow with your eyes only, okay? Keep your head still for me. I've never had to do this with someone laying down, so just bear with me. Keep looking at my finger, man. I know it's probably super awkward.
I'm trying to, man.
You're good. Alright. We're going to go back that way. Okay, now we're going to go up, like back towards your head, okay? Okay, you can...
Okay, that was the end of the first clip. Are you able to tell what time that ended
3:12 a.m.
and how many seconds?
20.
Okay, moving on to the second clip. Before we started, can you tell us what time this clip starts?
3:17:07 a.m.
Okay, so this would have been the same evening, essentially.
Yes.
Okay. And the test you just administered, was that the HGN test that you previously described?
Yes.
Okay, starting clip number 2.
I know I asked the
Here, I'll cover your
charging
feet.
nurse if I could contact my girlfriend or like try to contact her.
Let me see 1 second here. It's still Taylor, right?
Yes.
Okay. Like I said, my partner went up to try to call her and knock on the door too. No answer, but
Yeah, she's not gonna answer.
okay.
Because there's nobody living there.
Do you guys move?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your updated address?
Her updated address, I don't know where she is. I just know her phone number.
Okay. Random off-topic question. You good with computers?
Like right now, no.
Obviously, I wouldn't like have you fix something, but what the hell? My freaking screen went all dark, and the brightness bar will not work. Is Taylor's number still?
I honestly don't know what her number is.
Okay.
So I like my phone.
Okay. Sorry, man. I'm just trying to help you as much as I can.
Oh, you're good, man. Like, I'm not trying to blame you for nothing.
Believe me, I get it.
You're all good, dog.
I get it stressful with that fucking alarm going off and
No, you're good.
me sitting here talking to you.
No, I understand.
I gotta read this shit to you quick.
Okay.
It's very dry, so bear with me. The implied consent law that requires that a peace officer advise a person of the following: refusal to submit to the withdrawal of a body specimen for chemical testing will result in revocation of your privilege to operate a motor vehicle for 1 year, with no previous revocations within 12 years prior under the implied consent or drunk driving laws of this state, or 2 years if you have 1 or more revocations within the previous 12 years. If you're under 18, the revocation will be for the above periods or until you reach age 18, whichever is longer. Refusal to submit to a blood or urine test for drugs other than alcohol or a combination of alcohol and another drug constitutes a refusal, and the above mentioned periods for revocation apply. If you consent to chemical testing and the results indicate an alcohol concentration of 0.08 or more, or if the test results indicate the presence of a controlled substance or drug or a combination of alcohol and another drug in violation of the Iowa Code for OWI 321J.2, the department shall revoke your privilege to operate a motor vehicle for a period of 180 days with no previous revocations within the past 12 years under the drunk driving or implied consent law, or 1 year if you have 1 or more previous revocations under those provisions. If you're under 18, the revocation is for the above periods or until you reach age 18, whichever is longer. If you're under age 21, and the test results indicate concentration of 0.02 but less than 0.08, your license is revoked for 60 days if you have no previous revocation in the previous 12 years, or 90 days if you have a previous revocation under the code within the past 12 years. You don't have a CDL, do you?
No, but I deny testing.
Okay.
Any
Nope, you're good.
blood alcohol.
Oh, knocked my head off.
Is that understood?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm not. Doesn't affect me at all.
Oh, I just want to understand, like, that you understand what I'm saying.
Yep. So I just have to officially say I was going to request a blood draw because you can't breathe, like, give a breath sample right now.
Right.
I'll just, since you're kind of hung up there, you mind if I just mark that you refused?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Well, I'm not drunk. It's just been a fucking rough fucking week.
Okay, so that's the end of the second clip from Exhibit 41. Want to break a few things down. You were reading from a document to the defendant when he was in his hospital bed. What was that document you were reading?
The Iowa Implied Consent Advisory.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what that is?
Essentially, it's an advisory you have to provide to a suspect for an OWI case, advising them what the repercussions are if they take a test and they test over the legal limit, or if they refuse a test, what the repercussions are for their license. It's on the administrative side of like an OWI for the state.
So it's something you read to an OWI investigation?
Yes.
At that point, were you investigating anything else?
No.
Okay. And going back to the HGN test that you did, we didn't talk about what were the results of that test?
I observed 6 out of 6 clues indicating impairment, as well as vertical nystagmus, which isn't necessarily a clue of impairment, but in training and experience, I've always been told if you can observe vertical nystagmus, it usually means a high level of impairment.
Okay. And going to you talked about 6 out of 6 clues. Are those clues the things that you're looking for when administering the test?
Yes.
And in general terms, the more clues you show, what does that indicate?
Once you reach 2 clues, that shows that they failed the test.
Okay. And then what time did that second clip end?
3:22:13 seconds.
Okay, and moving on to the third clip.
The socks would be fucking, that would be amazing. Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Socks on my phone, like, if, I know, like, how they are about phones, but, like,
Like I said, I can, if my boss is good with it, I can run over and get your phone out of your car and bring it back here.
I'd appreciate that.
I'm not gonna make you a promise on that. I gotta ask him first.
I get that. At least if I could get the phone number.
Yep.
So I could, like, try to call from the hospital phone. Because I don't know her phone number by heart. I appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem. I can actually probably, I think we updated her phone number last time I talked to her when you came down here from Parkview. I can probably get it off my computer here if my computer wants to cooperate.
That'd be amazing. Not that I don't think she'd answer. She's probably asleep right
Oh,
now.
it's not worth a try. You never know.
Not that she fucking probably cares at this point.
28. Can you send me a chat, please?
Okay, and what time is that stopped at?
3:27:08 seconds.
And I don't think we talked about when it started. I'm going to backtrack it just to get a timestamp for when it started for the record. When did that start?
3:25:18 seconds.
Okay. Did you continue speaking with the defendant?
Yes.
At some point, did the nature of the investigation change?
Yes.
And why did the investigation start to change?
As I was speaking to the defendant, he mentioned at first he mentioned he had to tell me something because he was concerned for the welfare of the victim. And then as I was...
Oh, was that Taylor?
Yes, Taylor.
Okay.
And then as I was seated next to his bed, he told me he had images in his head of beating Taylor with a bat.
Okay. And at that point, what was the focus of the investigation?
Just a welfare check, safety for Taylor at that point.
Okay. And what did you do after learning that information?
I had left the room and notified my supervisor, Lieutenant Leonard, and then requested he call me. And I informed him of what was said, and a plan was made to go attempt to make entry into the apartment to conduct a welfare check.
And was that portion of the investigation recorded with the defendant as well?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Pending Deputy Turner, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. Have you had a chance to review State's Exhibit 1, which documents that conversation?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of your of the observations that evening from that conversation?
Yes.
The state moves to introduce State's Exhibit 1.
No objection.
Exhibit 1 will be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
And what time is this starting at?
3:49:51 seconds.
My sound is not cooperating.
The
again.
first minute,
Okay.
the audio didn't work.
in the car when we were.
She wasn't in the car, no.
Okay.
But unfortunately, I made some. Can you shut this shit off, please, so I can actually
Yeah.
have a conversation with you, please?
Yeah. Let me grab this. I don't want to hit the wrong button, so I'll see if they can. Jesus, every time I think it's done. That's about police card to put on 103.
So it's like.
Sure, actually, yeah. I never have, but I'm sure they'll look at any reason they can to yell at somebody, so.
On CSU.
Yeah.
And
And like I
pull a
get it,
sticker out of
it's
his
like
room.
Okay.
scary and frustrating and she can like be fine, but at the same time she's been here for, I mean, she's been here for almost 11 hours and she's been through that.
And is there like a button to hit to clear that beeping? Oh.
Sorry, you're all tangled up.
You're good. It's not your fault. I'm the piece of shit here.
You're not.
No, trust me, I am.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way about yourself.
Can I ask you, was I covered in blood when I came in here?
Me? I did not see you to be
You
honest.
had, like, your feet were cut up, I think, and then you've got your...
Were my hands covered in blood?
I don't know about your hands. My boss came out with you first. You've got a couple cuts, like, right here on your side. That's why we were asking, like, if the knife might have, like, went flying.
Okay, that's why I really need to ask you. My address is 105
Crestview?
City Drive. The apartment code is 50. It's apartment 4. I need to make sure she's alive.
We went there and knocked and she didn't answer. We know the door code and everything. Thank you.
But
What makes you concerned that she's not?
I don't know.
Okay.
Something in my mind makes me feel like I did something. I don't think I would have ever done anything like that to her. Because I'm not like that.
Were you guys having a fight earlier today?
No.
Okay.
But
Is it just kind of some thoughts you're having just because we know she didn't answer yet?
yeah, kind of.
What else, like, I mean,
Are you staying or?
No, I'm just talking with him quick and.
Okay, because I was gonna say Doc City's probably admitting, so.
Yeah, I figured that.
I'm really fucking scared that I have these pictures in my head that, like, I beat her with a baseball bat.
Okay.
And, like, I know that's incriminating myself, but
Well, at this point, it's for the safety of everyone involved.
I need to make sure that she's okay.
Nope, I can send another deputy up there to see if we can go check for her, okay? Do you have your keys to your apartment in your car? Or, like, are they on your car keys?
Yeah, they're on my keychain. They're the gold ones, not the silver ones.
Okay. Chris, you're not a piece of shit. I've been doing this job a long time, and I've seen some pieces of shit. I did a lot of stuff with... I was a drug investigator. I've seen some people who are pieces of shit as far as what they've done to... And I've done stuff with child crimes. Stuff I don't even want to talk about. You don't even want to imagine. You're not a piece of shit. You're a guy down on his luck.
If there's anything that I did that's going through my head, then...
Okay. Let me get a hold of my boss and just have him go up there and check on her. I'm sure she's okay. That's still where she's staying?
No, she can't. You can't check on her though. You gotta.
Okay. Well, let me at least figure out what I can do to see if she's okay.
Is there any way to, like, check on her without...
Well, we're not going to go boot the door in, but we'll try to make contact with her and just make sure she's okay. Okay?
Okay.
That's why I asked about your keys so we can get in there without, like, forcing entry.
Okay, I just want to make sure
Yep.
she's okay, like, don't...
And we'll let you know if she is. Okay?
Anyway, so just scared that and she does have
6 from 20. I need you to call me as soon as you can, please.
I'm going to pause it for just a moment at 3:58, 20 seconds. Who was it that you were just calling?
Lieutenant Leonard.
Okay. I'll continue.
Hey, we need to go up to the apartment and check if that girl's in there and she's dead or not. He just told me he was having images of him beating her with a baseball bat. He said his keys are in the car. We can do that so we don't have to ram the door. I'm leaving right now. I can go to Fred's and get the keys. And have him grab the phone too, please. I'll head up there with you. All right, thank you. Oh, excuse me, sorry about that. Thank you. Have a good one.
You too.
Excuse me. I'm clear from east. I'm going to be in right up to Parkview at his address. Go ahead. You're on recording, by the way.
You good? What's going on?
He might have killed his girlfriend. I don't know yet.
What do you mean?
He just told me he said, I need to know if she's alive. I said, what are you talking about? We just tried to go knock. He gave me his address and the door code. Hang on. He said he gave me the address and the door code, and he said images are going through my head of me beating her to death with a baseball bat. 6, I'm on PBX, I'm advised now. So Raby's gonna go get the keys out of the car. Just post up in the area, and we'll go see.
Okay.
All right. Dispatch 28. Chris has been placed on a police hold at least. Can you run a vehicle dump on that female that I provided you in the chat? See if she has anything registered.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, near the end of that exhibit, you talked on the phone with someone. Was that Lieutenant Leonard you were speaking with?
The first phone call I took, yes.
Okay, and how about the second phone call?
Deputy Slagel.
Okay. And you mentioned Fred's. Fred's has been mentioned a couple times, I think, on the video. What is Fred's?
Fred's Towing in Davenport.
Was that where the Impala was taken after the accident, to your knowledge?
Yes.
Obviously, the end of that exhibit shows you in your squad car driving. Where are you driving to at this point?
The defendant's residence in Parkview.
Okay. And did you arrive there?
Yes.
And what did you do when you arrived at the defendant's residence?
So Deputy Slagel and Lieutenant Leonard arrived before me, and I heard them advise that they had located a body inside over the radio. So I walked up, and they were standing in the common entryway of the fourplex apartment building, and I could see in the doorway as I made entry up there.
Okay. And did you take part in the investigation on the scene?
Yes.
And what was your role at the apartment?
Pretty much just scene security.
Okay. Did you attempt to speak to any other residents of that apartment?
Yes, I also did canvassing, yes.
Okay. And when you say canvassing, what does canvassing mean?
Canvassing is where you knock on the door of, neighboring apartments, buildings, houses, and just see if the residents may have seen, heard anything that could be relevant or pertinent.
Okay. Do you recall speaking to a resident named Dylan Carr?
Yes.
And if you're shown a picture of the apartment, would you be able to show where Dylan Carr lived?
Yes.
And would you be able to point out where the defendant's residence was and where the body was found?
Yes.
In our permission to publish Defense Exhibit A, which was admitted yesterday.
You may.
Okay, first, I'm showing the witness must be marked as Defendant's Exhibit A. Do you recognize this building?
Yes.
What is that building?
The defendant's apartment complex.
So that'd be the 105 Crestview.
105 Crestview Drive, yes.
And there's a pointer right behind you. Could you point to where Dylan Carr's residence was?
It was this one here.
Okay. And could you point to where the defendant's residence was?
This was Mr. Carr's. And then the defendant's is this one up here.
Okay. No further questions at this time.
Ms. Striegel.
Good morning, Deputy Taylor.
Turner.
I'm going to ask you a few questions, and hopefully I'll go in some kind of chronological order, but bear with me if I don't, okay? Now, you were dispatched at approximately 1:49, is that right?
Correct.
So that's, with respect to this investigation, that's one of the important times, correct?
Correct.
At least with respect to what you did.
Yes.
And it's my understanding from your testimony that you arrived approximately 5 minutes after you were dispatched. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, you don't know exactly when that crash occurred. Is that correct?
Correct.
You just were dispatched there and arrived there knowing that there was a crash, correct?
Yes.
So you don't know how long the driver had been there. It was just a matter of a 911 call came in at some point, correct?
Yes.
And you also don't know how long Mr. Behal was unconscious in that motor vehicle before you arrived.
Correct.
And it was heavily raining when you arrived.
Yes.
Had it been raining for several hours? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
And when you arrived, Lieutenant Leonard was already there.
Yes.
And when you arrived, Mr. Behal was kind of coming to, is that right?
Yes.
And he seemed pretty confused.
Yes.
He didn't know where he was.
Correct.
And he didn't know who owned the car that he was in.
That sounds correct.
And he didn't know how he got to the place where he was.
Correct.
And from this point, then, that's when fire and medic are starting to come. Is that correct?
Yes.
And they make the decision that he's gonna be transported to Genesis East. Is that right?
Yes.
When you were there, at the scene before they transported him, did you see an injury on him?
Just his feet were bloody.
Okay. Did you see anything on his side?
Not at that point, no. We were just advised by fire.
And could you see any cuts on his feet?
No.
And did you see the knife?
Yes.
And where was the knife?
At first it was in the vehicle, and then Lieutenant Leonard pulled it out of the vehicle and I believe set it on top of it somewhere.
Set it on top of it
Yeah.
of the vehicle in the rain, is that right?
Yes.
And again, my question was, did you see that? Did you see the knife?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got, you followed the ambulance to Genesis East, is that correct?
Yes.
And your job was just to process this OWI or investigate the OWI, is that right?
Yes.
You didn't have an OWI kit with you, did you?
I don't believe so.
And you had called and asked another officer to bring one, is that right?
Sounds right, yes.
And do those OWI kits expire?
Yes.
How long do they generally not expire? How long are they valid?
I'm not sure.
Okay. When you got the OWI kit, did you check to see if it was expired?
I don't recall.
Okay. Is there anything in refreshing your report that would help you know whether or not that was expired?
I can check if that's okay.
Permission, Your Honor, to have him refresh his recollection with his report?
Okay.
You may.
I don't see anything in here that would say if it was expired or not.
Okay. Did you later discover whether it was expired?
I don't recall.
And while you were at Genesis East in the initial conversation that you had with Mr. Behal, you knew who he was, correct?
Yes.
And you knew where he lived, is that correct?
Yes.
And at this point, it seemed kind of like a suicide, is that right?
Not necessarily. We just wanted, with the knife and his wound, we just wanted to cross all of our T's, essentially, if you will, and just make sure if that was ruled out.
So but there were indications that possibly suicide coupled with the OWI, is that right?
We believe that could be a possibility, yes.
And so at that time, you had determined that nothing was exceptionally urgent.
Correct.
During your conversation with Mr. Behal, he tried to sit up when he was talking to you. Do you recall that?
I remember him moving around and watching the video, but...
And do you remember him saying it hurts and that he was having pain?
No.
Do you remember seeing any of the blood?
Yes.
Okay. And where was the blood located?
Like under it was like soaking through the sheets on his abdomen.
Okay. And when you were watching in the video, did you see a couple places on that video where there was spots of blood?
Yes.
And they were in a circular shape, is that right?
Yes.
And how many inches in diameter do you think that circle was?
Approximately like 2 to 3.
And during the time that Mr. Behal and you were talking, it seemed that you and Mr. Behal were getting kind of annoyed with the machine's buzzer going off. Is that right?
Yes.
And he had asked you to get a nurse to help with that. Is that right?
Yes.
He continued to seem confused at that time, correct?
He didn't, correct, he didn't know where he was at, or where he remembered much per him.
And this was the point that you switched over to the OWI test kit, and you asked him kind of about his drinking that night. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And he said he had too much to drink, correct?
Correct.
But he wasn't able to give you an amount, is that right?
Correct.
Either that or he just didn't remember, is that right?
Right.
And it's my understanding when you were at the scene, you didn't see any alcohol bottles in the car?
No.
So it didn't appear that he had been drinking at the scene, correct?
Correct.
At this point, he asked for his phone, is that right?
Yes.
And he wants to contact his girlfriend, correct?
Yes.
And you radioed to another officer to make contact with her at the Parkview address.
Yes.
Is that right?
On my way to the hospital, we initially did that for the first time.
Okay. And another deputy did go to that address, correct?
Yes.
And you got reports that there was no answer at the door, correct?
Correct.
And you relayed that information to Mr. Behal, is that correct?
Yes.
During his conversation with you, he told you you heard that he had epileptic seizures. That was one of his kind of medical conditions, is that right?
Yes.
He told you you were asking him what the last thing he remembered was. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And he said nothing. Is that right?
Yes.
And that do you recall him, do you recall asking him about the cut on his left side?
Yes.
And do you recall asking him where that laceration came from?
Yes.
And Mr. Behal didn't know, did he?
No.
You then asked Mr. Behal about the knife. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And Mr. Behal didn't know how the knife got in the car. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And at this point, you decided to do the horizontal gaze nystagmus, or start the field sobriety test,
Yes.
I should say. And you made the decision that only one of those field sobriety tests would be pertinent in the condition that Mr. Behal was in. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, excuse me.
So, as Mr. Behal, you believe that you could still do the horizontal gaze nystagmus with Mr. Behal laying down. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And you had never done this test with somebody laying down. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you had never been trained to do this test with somebody laying down, correct?
Correct.
And at this point that you start to do or just before you start to do the horizontal gaze nystagmus, you also understood that Mr. Behal was in a very severe head-on crash just moments before, or possibly moments before you arrived, correct?
Correct.
And that Mr. Behal could be suffering from a head injury, correct?
Correct.
And so anything going on with his eyes could have been impacted not just by the alcohol that you smelled, but also the head injury. Is that correct?
Correct.
Or the possible head injury.
Correct.
And at that time, Mr. Behal hadn't seen a doctor to diagnose make a diagnosis of his head injury.
I'm going to object. Calls for speculation and or hearsay.
Sustained.
To which objection is it sustained, Your Honor?
It's sustained.
Mr. Larson verbalized two bases for the objection.
Sustained on both.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you checked Mr. Behal's did the horizontal gaze nystagmus, Mr. Behal was having difficulties following your finger. Is that right?
He would continue to move his head.
And you knew that he was confused, right?
Yes.
And it was even in spite of Mr. Behal's confusion, the severe head-on collision, and the possibility of alcohol in his system, you felt that doing this test was appropriate. Is that correct?
Yes.
With respect to the horizontal gaze nystagmus, there are two parts to that. Is that right? The vertical and then the horizontal.
Yes.
I shouldn't say two parts because you may think there are more than two, right? So there's the horizontal and the vertical. And the vertical is my understanding that it can test for drugs as one thing, correct?
Yes.
And also a higher level of intoxication. Is that right?
Yes.
And you also tested Mr. Behal for the vertical nystagmus. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Behal did, in your opinion, did Mr. Behal have vertical gaze nystagmus.
Yes.
So at that point, did you determine that either there could be drugs involved or a higher level of alcohol consumption?
Yes.
But at this point, you couldn't rule out which one of them it was. Is that right?
Correct. Excuse me.
It's my understanding that no drugs were located in the vehicle or on Mr. Behal's person. Is that correct?
Yes.
And after you did the horizontal gaze nystagmus test, Mr. Behal again asked about his girlfriend, Taylor.
Yes.
Do you recall that? He wanted you to contact Taylor again, or contact her, is that correct?
Yes.
And at this point, you remind him that officers or deputies already went to the location, is that right?
Yes.
And you remind him that they were unable to make contact with her,
Yes.
correct? And would you say his answers or the fact that you're having to remind him, he seemed confused, couldn't remember what was going on?
Possibly, yes.
And Mr. Behal stated that nobody was living at the Parkview address
Yes.
to you. And you knew that what you last knew is that they were, both Taylor and Mr. Behal were living at that address.
Yes.
And Mr. Behal also stated to you that he didn't know where Taylor's address was, correct?
Yes.
And that he didn't know where she was.
Yes.
And these statements, all of these statements are confusing, aren't they?
Yes.
And then Mr. Behal again asked you to contact his girlfriend, Taylor, correct?
Yes.
Did Mr. Behal seem to be retaining the information that you were telling him?
No.
You invoked then and read through that implied consent advisory that we just watched, and I believe Exhibit 1. Or is it Exhibit 41? 41C, or the third one.
Yes.
And at the end of that, Mr. Behal kind of makes a statement about him refusing the further testing. Is that right?
Yes.
Did it seem like a strange statement that the way he made it?
Not necessarily. I've had people do that before.
Okay. And after that, then Mr. Behal says that he wasn't drunk, right?
Yes.
Is it common for somebody that has been drinking to say they're not drunk?
Yes.
At this point, Mr. Behal asks for his phone again.
Yes.
And he wants to again call Taylor, is that correct?
Yes.
And you told him you were attempting to find a number in your system for her.
Yes.
And that was when you asked him about if he knew the number.
Yes.
And Mr. Behal said he couldn't remember the number, it was in his phone. Is that right?
Yes.
And you had to go retrieve some OWI forms for Mr. Behal to sign.
Just to deliver to him.
Okay, to deliver to him. And so you had to leave the room for a brief moment, is that right?
Yes.
And with Mr. Behal was by himself or with medical personnel, not with another officer at that time, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Behal asked about Taylor again after you come back.
Yes.
And he asks again, what's going on?
Yes.
And this is when he asks if Taylor is okay.
Yes.
And he also makes a statement that she wasn't in the car at this time, correct?
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Behal then makes some more kind of odd statements. He starts saying he was a piece of shit while the nurse was in there, correct?
Yes.
He asked if he was covered, if his hands were covered in blood when he arrived, correct?
Yes.
Yes. And then he starts making more conversation about, is Taylor alive, or he wants to find out if Taylor's still alive, right?
Yes.
All of this, would you say all of this information that you're getting from what seems to be an OWI investigation is starting to be confusing to even you?
Yes.
And you get concerned.
Yes.
And you relay this information that you got from Mr. Behal about needing to find out if Taylor is alive to other officers.
Yes.
And those other officers tell you to just keep him talking. Is that right?
No, I don't believe so.
Mr. Behal states he's very scared, correct?
Yes.
He starts crying.
Yes.
He states he has these pictures or images in his head, correct?
Yes.
And he doesn't seem to understand why he has those pictures and images in his head, does he?
No.
And you ask further about those pictures and images, correct?
Yes.
And he eventually tells you that the image of he sees is of himself beating Taylor with a bat.
Yes.
And at this point, you know that Mr. Behal has forgotten some of the hours that has been lived previously, correct?
Yes.
And that he's only having some what seem to be pictures or images of that night.
Yes.
He told you he'd had about 1 hour of sleep in the last 3 days, correct?
I don't recall him saying that, but
Do you recall talking to him about how much sleep he'd had?
no.
And you stayed with Mr. Behal until you were relieved, is that correct?
I left after making my phone calls, and then my relief showed up after I'd already left.
So you already left with Mr. Behal in the hospital and no officer or deputy there with him, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's when you went to the apartment
Yes.
and Deputy Slagel and Leonard were already there, is that correct?
Yes.
And the role you played there was just scene security, is that correct?
Yeah, and canvassing it after that.
And then you canvassed after that?
Yes.
Nothing further?
Mr. Larson?
Very briefly, Your Honor. During your interaction with the defendant, you were asking him questions and conversing with him?
Yes.
And did he appear to be tracking your questions and answering them reasonably appropriately?
Yes.
No further questions.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You may step down. As it is basically right at noon, we will take our afternoon break for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, I would remind you of your admonition. Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves, and please continue to keep an open and attentive mind. I'd ask that you return at 1:20 to be checked in by my court attendant back to the jury room, and hopefully we'll start promptly at 1:30. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
All rise, the jury.
Do you need a few moments, Mr. Larson?
We can proceed, Your Honor.
All right, you may call your next witness.
State calls Paul Tucker.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat. You may proceed, Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Can you state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Paul Tucker. P-A-U-L.
Oh, can you turn on your microphone, sir? I forgot to tell you that. Thank you.
Yeah. My name is Paul Tucker. P-A-U-L-T-U-C-K-E-R.
And what is your occupation?
I work as a paramedic for Medic Ambulance of Scott County.
And how long have you been a paramedic?
I have been a paramedic since November of 2008.
And were you working on a paramedic or as a paramedic in the early morning hours of March 14th, 2024?
I was.
And were you dispatched to a single vehicle accident near the area of Harrison Street and East 90th?
I was.
And what was your understanding as far as what that call entailed as you were en route?
Dispatch information suggested that there was a single vehicle car accident, and upon arriving on scene, that's indeed what we came across.
Okay. What did you observe when you arrived on scene?
Significant front end damage. The car had struck a light pole. The patient was restrained. Didn't seem to have any obvious significant injuries to his body area. Didn't really.
And I'll stop you right there.
My apologies.
You're okay. Was anyone else on scene when you arrived?
Law enforcement was on scene.
Okay. And do you remember who the law enforcement was? And if not, that's not a big deal.
I don't.
Okay. Do you remember the weather that evening?
It was a cool evening. I can't recall the exact conditions.
Okay. What observations did you make of the driver when you arrived on scene?
He appeared to be very withdrawn. Not really quick to respond, but it's responding appropriately when responding.
Okay. And did you say responding appropriately or inappropriately?
No, appropriately. I mean, he would answer questions appropriately. He was able to give correct answers, but just was slow in doing so.
Okay.
Did not seem to be very emotional, or very flat affect, in my opinion.
Okay. And what types of questions were you asking him, if you remember?
Essentially, to see if he was hurting anywhere, first and foremost, and inquiring as to whether or not he was trying to hurt himself or not.
Okay. And do you remember if he reported that he was hurt in any way?
He was complaining of some abdominal pain.
And what did you do, I guess, when you arrived on scene, and was he in the driver's seat, or where was he at that time?
He was in the driver's seat.
And then,
yeah.
What did you do from that point?
He was able to exit the vehicle primarily under his own power,
and we got him onto the cot, put him in the ambulance, and treated him from there.
Okay, so you put him in the ambulance.
Yeah.
Where did you take him?
We transported him to Genesis East.
Okay. And then once you dropped him off, do you have any further, with the car accident, did you have any further duties or obligations?
No.
Okay.
In terms of his injuries, he did have like a laceration / puncture wound to his like proximal pubis area.
Okay. And for the non-medical personnel, can you explain what you mean by the proximal pubis area?
His lower left abdominal area, like upper groin area, essentially.
And once you dropped him off at the hospital, let me back up a minute. Did you observe any other injuries on him?
No.
And is that something you're trained to look for as a paramedic, essentially assess for injuries?
It is.
And once you dropped him off at the hospital, did you do anything else with respect to the automobile accident?
No.
Okay. Later on that evening, were you called to respond to an address in Parkview?
I was.
And was that 105 Crestview in Parkview?
Correct.
And what was the nature of that call?
That was for a probable 1079, also like a dead person.
Okay, so 1079 is code for a deceased person?
Correct.
What did you observe when you arrived on scene at the apartment?
I witnessed a body on the opposite side of the doorway leading into the apartment. Witnessed blood splatter and injuries that, in my professional opinion, were not sustainable to supporting life.
Okay, and I don't think I asked you before, how long have you been a paramedic?
17 years now, almost, since
Okay.
2008.
And going back to the scene now, did you do anything else to confirm whether the individual was deceased?
Yes, we connected or applied our cardiac monitor to the patient's body to confirm that there was no pulse.
And you ended up doing that?
Correct.
And did you find a pulse?
No, there was no pulse.
And did you have any further? Did you do anything else on scene?
No.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Puentes?
Thank you. I'm just going to ask you a few, I guess I'm going to ask you some relevant times. Do you happen to have a copy of your report with you?
Not on me.
Okay. If you don't have or if you don't recall the answers to these questions, just let me know and I can provide you, for a short period of time, your reports. You can kind of refresh your recollection. Does that make sense to you?
Say that again, please.
Yeah, I can just give you the reports. You can kind of review it and kind of help you remember sometimes, okay? So can you tell me what time you arrived on scene? That would have been at the location of the single motor vehicle accident.
I would have to refer to the report.
I expected as much. Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm just going to show you on just to make it easy for you, and I know you're familiar with your reports, but the times are over here. Just review them briefly, see if that helps refresh your recollection, and then please don't read from it. Just let me know when you're sufficiently refreshed.
Well, in order to answer your first question, it appears that we arrived on scene at 1:56.
All right. So are you starting to have some more recall after reviewing your report?
I'm sorry, let me review it longer.
Okay.
My apologies.
Go ahead, take your time. ask the question again now that you've had an opportunity to refresh yourself. What time approximately do you arrive on scene?
1:56 a.m.
Okay. And do you know what time you left? In other words, that you began transporting the patient?
I would have to review the report again.
If the state will allow it, I'll just state the time from the report, and you can tell me if that sounds right. Will you allow it? All right. The report reads that you were at the patient at 1:57. Does that sound right?
If that's what the report says, then yes.
Okay. Transport at 2:10. Does that sound correct?
It does.
All right. And then it looks like you reached your destination, which would have been the hospital at 2:29 a.m. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Perfect. Now, when you arrived, you already testified as to what you observed. You started communicating with the patient, which is just kind of standard operating procedure, correct?
It is.
And you at least get answers to the degree that the patient is able to get them. Is that right?
Yes.
I presume the questions you ask are specifically for the care of the individual. Is that right?
They are.
In other words, there's a medical explanation or a medical reason for the questions that you're asking. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And some of those questions received a response with respect to pain in the lower abdomen. Is that right?
That's right.
And I assume at some point you had an opportunity to observe and presumably assess the location of an injury that you described as being near the pubis region. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the pubis is a bone just essentially superior or north of the genitals. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. In this case, it was sort of north or superior of that, but to the left of the umbilicus, which is the belly button. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And he described pain in that area at a rate of 6 out of 10. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's kind of a standard pain scale, right? 0 to 10?
That is correct, yes.
All right. And you inspected it, and I think you described it as being either a laceration or potentially a puncture wound. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would another word for puncture wound be a stab wound?
It would be indicative of an object penetrating the body, which a stab wound would produce.
Okay. And it was actively bleeding, is that right?
Yes.
And it looks like in your report you approximated the blood loss, but that is just an approximation, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Certainly because you don't know how long the patient had been bleeding, correct?
Yes.
They're not bleeding into a container, so you can't measure the volume, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did the patient also, in response to a question, inform you that he had approximately a half gallon of vodka that night?
He did.
Okay. And you placed him on a cot. Did you place him on the backboard before transporting him, or was that at the hospital that was done?
I don't recall placing him on a backboard.
Okay. Did you place him in the cervical collar that he was found in at the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And that was just for cervical stability?
As part of our protocol.
Now, you testified that you were later called to the Crestview Apartments, correct?
I did.
And it sounds like you were there more or less to call time of death. Is that fair to say?
It is.
All right. And you found the patient in such a way, is it fair to assume you weren't able to place the monitor pads on the front? They would have been on the back of the patient?
They're leads, not pads. I'm sorry. We placed them on kind of the extremities of the patient. But yes, I believe there was some, the patient was in a position that it had to be navigated.
Sure. Just one moment, sir. Thank you for your time. No further questions.
You're welcome.
Mr. Larson?
further questions, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can just. Yeah. The state may call its next witness.
State calls James Raby.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Please have a seat. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you state and spell your name for the court reporter?
James Raby, Jamesraabe.
And what is your occupation?
Currently a detective with Scott County Sheriff's Office.
And you said you're a detective?
Currently, yes.
How long have you been a detective?
Since October.
Okay. And how long have you been a law enforcement officer in total?
I got hired on in April of 22.
April of 2022?
Correct.
And prior to joining the Scott County Sheriff's Office, did you complete the police academy?
Yes, I did.
And I assume since April of 2022, you've been a sworn peace officer in the state of Iowa?
Yes.
Were you on duty March 14th, 2024?
Yes, it was.
And were you dispatched to an apartment complex that evening?
Yes, Lieutenant Leonard asked me to go to conduct a welfare check. Excuse me.
And where were you sent to by Lieutenant Leonard to conduct a welfare check?
To 105 Crestview Drive.
And,
in Parkview, apartment 4.
You said apartment 4?
Correct.
Did you go to that location?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do when you arrived on scene?
When I arrived on scene, I walked up the stairs and knocked on the door and announced myself.
And do you remember what time that was?
It'd be approximately 2:30 in the morning.
What did you observe regarding the apartment when you arrived?
The door was shut. Didn't hear any sounds. As I pulled up to the location, the kitchen lights were on, and the blinds were open. The living room lights were on, and the blinds were partially open.
And you may have stated this already, but what did you do when you approached the apartment door?
I knocked and announced myself.
And when you say you announced yourself, what does that mean?
I just knocked on the door and said Scott County Sheriff's Office.
Do you recall how many times you knocked?
About 2 times.
And did you receive an answer?
No.
Did you enter the apartment at all?
I did not.
From the exterior, were you able to observe any signs of foul play?
I did not see any at the time.
Were you wearing a body-worn camera that evening?
I was.
And was it functioning properly?
It was.
Have you had a chance to review the body-worn camera from that interaction?
I have.
Okay, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Handing Detective Brady what's been marked as State's Exhibit 42. And was that body camera a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed that evening?
Yes.
Your Honor, the State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 42.
No objection?
Exhibit 42 will be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Wait for it to get on the other TV. go. Does your body-worn camera footage have a date and time stamp?
Yes, it does.
Can you tell us what the date and time stamp from this frame at the beginning of the exhibit is?
That's March 14th, 2024, 2:36 a.m., 20 seconds.
And is that an accurate date and time stamp?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'll play the video.
Sheriff's Office.
What did you do after leaving that apartment?
I notified Lieutenant Leonard that there was no answer at the door and there was no signs of disturbance.
Were you later dispatched to Fred's?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and what's Fred's?
It's Fred's towing. They towed the vehicle there.
And what was the purpose of you going to Fred's towing?
Lieutenant Leonard wanted me to collect evidence to pick up the keys to the vehicle, the cell phone, and a knife.
And did you retrieve a knife from that vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Colonel, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Handing the witness what's previously marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 29. I'll have you just take a look at that, Detective Raby. Is that the same knife you recovered from the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Colonel, may I approach again?
You may.
Did you retrieve anything else from the vehicle?
Just the cell phone.
Were you able to retrieve the keys?
No, they were locked in the ignition.
And the items that you seized that evening, what did you do with them?
They were placed in evidence at patrol headquarters.
And is that standard procedure when you collect evidence?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, may I approach again?
You may.
Actually, I'm going to hold off on that. I apologize. What did you do after collecting the evidence at Fred's?
Lieutenant Leonard wanted me to go to the hospital.
And what did you do at the hospital?
I stayed in the room with Behal.
Okay. And did you take any photographs or otherwise document the scene?
I did, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach now?
You may.
Handing the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 35-1 through 35-6. I'll give you a few moments to look through those photos. Detective Raby? recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And did you take those photographs?
Yes, I did.
Are they fair and accurate depictions of the photographs that you took or what you observed when you were actually there?
They are.
And generally speaking, what are the photographs of?
They're of Behal there and the blood and injuries that he had on it.
Okay. Your Honor, the state moves to introduce State's Exhibits 35-1 through 35-6.
No objection.
Exhibits 35, 1 through 6 are admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
There we go. Starting with 35-1, obviously, who's the subject of this photo?
That'd be Behal.
And is that Behal?
Yes.
Okay. And what is this depicting?
This is depicting his torso and his face.
Okay. And there's a pointer right behind you. I'll have you grab that. We'll probably point to some things. Do you observe any blood or injuries in this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And can you point those out?
Any blood right there. And some blood on his hands.
Okay. And you pointed initially what will be his left hip area. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then his right hand, which is over his torso?
Correct.
Okay. Looking at 35-2, what is this showing us?
This would be the area where he had blood, a stab wound there.
Okay.
In his red t-shirt.
And to be clear, do you know what caused the wound?
I do not know.
Okay. And I assume the wound would be under the gauze?
Yes.
Looking at 35-3, what is this showing us?
A picture of his left foot and ankle with dried blood on it.
And did you observe any injuries on his foot?
On his right foot I did.
Okay. 35-4, would that be showing us a similar photo of the left foot?
Correct.
35-5, can you tell us what this is showing us?
This would be a picture of his right foot with a little bit of blood on his big toe.
Okay. And then lastly, 35-6, what is this showing us?
That would be the cut on his left hip.
So this is what I think it was 35-1 with the gauze that will be underneath the gauze.
Correct.
Okay. Did you do anything else at the hospital as far as evidence collection?
I did. I did grab his clothes.
Okay. What items of clothing did you grab?
I grabbed his shorts, underwear, and t-shirt.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Handing Detective Ravy what's been marked as State's Exhibit 31 and also State's Exhibit 32. Have you put those gloves on, Detective Ravy, and then those pair of scissors also. I won't have you open it quite yet. bigger gloves for next time.
All right.
Have you start without opening the bag, but if you could find State's Exhibit 31, should be marked with I believe a red sticker.
Okay.
Actually, don't know offhand. Is it labeled on the outside?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what does that appear to be based on what's on the outside?
This would be a red Under Armour T-shirt.
Okay. And are you able to tell based on what you see on the outside who collected that?
Yes, there is my handwriting on there.
And now I'll have you get a pair of scissors and cut through, I think it's a red evidence tape or seal. And once you get it open, I don't want you to remove the contents quite yet. Just have you look in and see if you can identify the item.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's in there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what's in the bag?
It's a red T-shirt.
And what red T-shirt is it?
The red T-shirt that I collected from Behal.
On March 14th, 2024?
Correct.
From the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Your Honor, the state moves to introduce State's Exhibit 31.
No objection.
Exhibit 31 will be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
I'll have you take it out of the bag and show it to the jury. You can put that back in the bag now. And then we'll do a similar exercise on State's Exhibit 32. If you could take a look at that and, at least based on what's on outside of the bag, tell us what it purports to be.
These would be a pair of white and gray shorts.
And can you tell when they were collected?
They would have been collected on March 14th, 2024.
And can you tell who collected them?
I would have collected them.
Okay. I'll have you open the bag with the scissors now. And again, look in the bag to identify, but don't pull it out quite yet. And just for the record, did you just cut through the seal on that bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you able to determine what was in the bag?
Yes, they're the white and gray shorts.
Okay, and are they the shorts that you retrieved from the defendant on March 14th, 2024?
Yes, they are.
And that was at the hospital?
Correct.
State moves to introduce State's Exhibit 32.
No objection.
Exhibit 32 will be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
If you could pull the shorts out and show those to the jury. You can put that back in the bag. The clothing item, exhibits 31 and 32, appeared to be like cut or torn. Is that something that you did, or did you retrieve them that way?
I retrieved them that way.
Okay. And after retrieving those items, taking the photographs that we've been through of the defendant, did you do anything else with respect to this investigation?
I just placed everything to evidence.
Okay, no further questions.
Ms. Strigel?
Thank you, Your Honor. So it's my understanding that approximately 2:30 you did a welfare check on the apartment, is that correct?
Correct.
And at that welfare check, you saw no signs of foul play, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear anything or see anything out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
And then the next thing, then do you recall being asked for an OWI kit?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Would that have been the next thing that you did?
Yes, I would have taken that to the Deputy Turner at the hospital.
And did you check, OWI kits have expiration dates on them, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how long they typically last?
I'm not for certain, but I believe it's 5 years.
Okay. Did you check the expiration date on the OWI kit when you took it to either before or as you were taking it to Detective Turner?
I believe I did.
And was it expired or not?
I don't believe so.
And then after that, would the next thing that you have done been going to collect the items from the silver Impala at Fred's Towing?
I was then requested to go to Fred's Towing to collect evidence.
And when you collected evidence from the vehicle, it's my understanding that you attempted to collect the keys.
Correct.
And you were unable to do so.
Correct.
You also got a cell phone out of the car, correct?
Correct.
And you put that cell phone into a bigger baggie, is that correct?
Correct.
And why do you put them in, and you had gloves on just like you have on today, correct?
I had gloves on, correct.
And why do you do that?
Why do I wear gloves?
Yes.
For contamination, protecting myself.
Okay. And when you're collecting evidence, do you want to place more than one thing in one of those baggies?
It depends on the location. We've put multiple items from the same location in a baggie before.
Okay. With respect to, but there could also be cross-contamination when you do that, correct?
Could.
You were unable to locate the knife initially, isn't that true?
Correct.
And that was because the knife wasn't where it was originally found in the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Eventually you did find it in the back seat, is that right?
Correct.
And then you placed that knife initially in the same bag as the cell phone. And then you pulled the cell phone out and put it in another bag. Do you recall that?
I recall putting the cell phone in a different bag.
So you don't recall putting the knife and the cell phone in one bag and then taking the cell phone out to put it in a smaller bag?
I don't recall that part.
And then from there, you went to the hospital and stayed with Mr. Behal, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's where you collected the clothing that Mr. Behal had on, is that correct?
Correct.
And you also had occasion to view the injuries, is that correct?
Correct.
And you were there when Dr. Dewey was checking the laceration on Mr. Behal's left hip, correct?
Correct.
And you saw Dr. Dewey push a Q-tip into the laceration, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall how far that it went into the laceration?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Would you like to review your report to refresh your recollection?
Yes, I would.
I assume you don't have it with you, is that?
I have a copy here,
Okay.
folded up.
You may refresh your recollection. And just for purposes of this, it's about halfway down.
Yep, I got it.
Did you have enough time to refresh your recollection?
I did.
Okay. And how deep was that laceration according to the Q-tip that was placed in?
About 2 to 4 inches.
Okay. And then you also noted about how long that laceration was in your report. How long did you note?
About an inch, inch and a half.
Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may. You may.
Let the record reflect that I've showed opposing counsel what defendant has marked as Defendant's Exhibit E. Will the record reflect that I'm now showing that Defendant's Exhibit E to the witness? Do you recognize this?
I do.
And is, with the exception of the exhibit sticker, is it a fair and accurate representation of what you viewed on the defendant that day?
It appears to be.
Okay, and what is it?
It appears to be the laceration wound on his hip.
Your Honor, I'd ask to move Defendant's Exhibit E into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit E will be admitted.
And permission to publish?
You may.
And is this the laceration on the defendant's left lower, or by his hip, lower abdomen?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. And this is the laceration that appears that you saw with, however, this one is with sutures in it, is that correct, or stitches?
Correct.
When you saw it, it didn't have the stitches in it, is that correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. With respect to Exhibit 31, the red T-shirt,
Okay.
when you held it up, it was it didn't look like a normal T-shirt. Is that because of it being cut up?
I would assume so.
Okay. That's not the condition that you saw it in, is that correct?
I don't understand.
So when you saw it on the defendant, it was a whole t-shirt, is that correct?
No, it was underneath him.
Okay, so it was actually in the condition that you saw it in?
I believe so. I just took it from the defendant and placed it into evidence.
Okay, so it's my understanding that you didn't actually hold it up like you did for the jury to inspect it?
Correct.
Is that the same with Exhibit 32, the gray and white shorts?
I took it from the defendant and placed it into evidence.
And you also didn't hold it up to check it like you did with the jury, is that correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Mr. Larson?
Thank you, Your Honor. Were you present when the defendant was receiving medical treatment or no?
Nurses did come in and out, and doctors did.
Okay. Like, we saw the picture with the stitches on the wound.
Correct.
Were you there when the stitches were done on him?
I believe so, but I can't recall.
Okay. No further questions.
Ms. Striegel?
Nothing further.
You may step down. We'll have somebody collect the evidence. The state may call its next witness.
State calls Matt Lemon.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat there. Mr. Larson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Matt Lemon, M-A-T-T-L-E-M-O-N.
And what is your occupation?
IT supervisor.
Where at?
The weather station at the airport.
And that's the airport in Davenport or Mount Joy?
Yes.
And is that near the intersection of Harrison and East 90th?
Yes.
And what kind of, can you tell us about your educational and employment background up till that point?
Out of high school, I joined the Navy. After the Navy, I was employed with the Weather Service.
And how long have you been employed by the Weather Service?
2004.
And have you been at the same location the entire time?
No.
How long have you been in the Davenport location?
2007.
And you told us what you did, or at least the job title. Can you tell us your job duties?
I maintain all the IT equipment in the office and the electronic equipment.
And does the weather station have a security camera?
Yes.
And do you maintain that security camera as well?
Yes.
Were you asked or approached by law enforcement on March 14th, 2024 about obtaining that security footage?
Yes.
And did you provide that to law enforcement?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review the security footage from that prior evening?
The day the detective picked it up.
Right. Did you? You said you did review that?
Yes.
And then we reviewed it again in my office a few weeks ago.
Yes.
And did that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the security camera from that time period?
Yes.
And do you remember what time period that security footage was looking at?
Around midnight, I think.
Okay. If it was a little after midnight, does that sound correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you said it was a fair and accurate depiction of that as far as you could tell?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm handing the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 40, which is the video of the security camera footage from the weather station we've been discussing. This time the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 40.
No objection.
Exhibit 40 will be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Okay, Mr. Lemon, I assume you see the screen with the footage on there.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, is there a date stamp on there?
Yes.
And what is the date?
March 14th, 2024.
Is there a time on there?
Yes.
Now, is that time accurate?
It's probably an hour off due to this daylight savings time.
Okay. So what time does the video depict?
Probably 1:42, I think.
Okay. But does it say it's 12:42?
Yeah, it says 0:42, yes.
But actually, because of daylight savings, it'd be 1:42 or so a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to point, you see a street lamp where you can't, you see the light from a street lamp that's off frame?
Yes.
And can you point to where you're looking at? That'd be on the left side of the screen?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to play that. And did you watch, you said you watched the video. What happens to that light?
It goes out.
And what's making that light? Is it
I'm assuming something hitting it.
Well,
I'm going to sustain the objection at this time.
that was a poor question. So we see that the street's illuminated on this frame, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what's illuminating that that portion?
Light pole.
Okay. Light pole, and where is that light pole located?
Just southeast of our office.
Okay. Is it in the street?
Between the street.
Okay. When you say between the street, what do you mean?
The street's divided. It's one way on each side.
So in the median, essentially?
Yes.
Okay. And when you watch that video, what happens to that illumination?
It goes away.
Okay. We'll play it. We see the light go out at what would be essentially 1:42 a.m.
Yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Nothing, Your Honor.
You may step down. State may call its next witness.
State calls Landon Slagel.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please have a seat there. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes, sir. It's Deputy Landon Slagel, Landonslagle.
And where are you employed?
The Scott County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your occupation there?
Currently, I'm a narcotics detective.
And how long have you been with the Scott County Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 3.5 years.
And what were you doing with the Sheriff's Office back in March of 2024?
I was on a patrol.
And how long have you been a law enforcement officer in total?
3.5 years.
And I assume you went to the Law Enforcement Academy here in the state of Iowa?
Yes, sir.
And have been a sworn peace officer for the 3.5 years that you've been an officer?
Yes.
Were you on duty on March 14th, 2024?
Yes, I was.
Were you dispatched to 105 Crestview Drive in Parkview?
Yes, I was.
And was that to apartment 4?
Yes.
Who dispatched you there, or who told you to go there?
Lieutenant Leonard advised me over the radio to head to that apartment.
And what was the purpose for you going to that address?
The purpose of me going to that address was to conduct a welfare check on Taylor.
And what did you do upon your arrival?
Upon my arrival with Lieutenant Leonard, I knocked on the apartment door several times, announcing loudly "Sheriff's Office." After a couple sessions of knocking, I attempted to open the door. Initially, I thought the door was locked, and then once I pushed a little harder on the door opened.
Okay. And what did you observe when you opened the door?
I observed Taylor's body at the entry of the doorway.
And when you say Taylor, you mean Taylor Escontrias?
Yes.
What did you do upon seeing her body?
Upon seeing her body, myself and Lieutenant Leonard made our way into the apartment to conduct a safety clear of the apartment. Safety clear is just making sure that there's no one else inside the apartment, that suspects or anyone else that needs aid.
And did you locate anyone else in the apartment?
No, we did not.
What did you do after clearing the apartment?
After clearing the apartment, myself and Lieutenant Leonard exited the apartment.
And is the safety sweep, is that standard procedure?
Yes, yes it is.
Can you walk me through the sweep of the apartment, what you did when you entered, and the actions you took?
Yes. When I entered the apartment, I believe I walked down the hallway to the bedrooms. There was a bathroom to my right and a bedroom to my left and a bedroom straight across. I went to the bedroom straight ahead, made sure no one was in there, exited, went into the master bedroom that was off to the left-hand side, made sure no one was in there. I also opened the back door because it had a patio to make sure no one was on the patio. Then I cleared the bathroom and then walked back to the kitchen to Lieutenant Leonard.
And what did you do after completing the sweep?
We exited the apartment.
And after exiting the apartment, what did you do?
After exiting the apartment, I started a crime scene log. The crime scene log is just identifying who comes to the scene and when they enter and exit the scene.
Okay. And at some point, was law enforcement able to identify the body?
Yes, I was able to positively identify Taylor based off a tattoo. Let me refer to my report.
Oh, just a minute. So you don't recall exactly how she was identified?
I identified her based off a tattoo that was in our local database.
Okay. And then what did you and or law enforcement collectively do at that point?
At that point, we, like I said, we exited the apartment and waited until a search warrant was obtained for the apartment.
Okay. Did anyone go on into the apartment from the time you left after doing the sweep until a search warrant was obtained?
Yes, the medic employee entered the apartment.
Okay.
And that is it.
And would that be Paul Tucker?
Yes, sir.
And other than medic employees or employee, did anyone else enter the apartment from the time you cleared it until you got a search warrant?
No.
When you arrived on scene, knocked on the door, and did the sweep of the apartment and located the body, were you wearing a body-worn camera?
Yes, I was.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Handing the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 43. Have you had a chance to review that body camera footage?
Yes, I have.
And does it fairly and accurately depict your observations from approaching the apartment and then doing the subsequent sweep?
Yes.
The state moves to introduce State's Exhibit 43.
No objection.
Exhibit 43 will be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Okay, and before I start the playing the video, we've got essentially the first frame of that. Is there a date and time stamp?
Yes, there is.
And can you tell us what the date and time is?
It's March 14th, 2024, 0410 hours.
So that'd be 4:10 in the morning.
That is correct.
And where are you located at this moment?
At this moment, when I activated my body-worn camera, I was actually walking up the stairs. The Taylor's apartment is actually the apartment going to be on your right.
I'll play that.
Sheriff's Office. Sheriff's Office. Sheriff's Office.
Yeah, I got about it. Yeah.
Sheriff's Office, if you're inside, make yourself known.
You hold this kitchen for me. Yeah. I'm clear back here, one sec. Okay. Did you clear that kitchen? Stairs?
Walk around that, just watch the blood.
Yep. Alright, yeah, we're clear there. Yep. Yep.
Once you left the apartment after sweeping it, was the door, or what did you do with the door?
I believe I left the door open for some time, and then Lieutenant Leonard advised me I could close the door.
Okay, and why did you do that?
I didn't know better.
Okay. No further questions.
Ms. Strigel,
Thank you, Your Honor.
could you please turn your microphone?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. When you were inside the apartment during the second welfare check with Lieutenant Leonard, did you see an empty bottle of vodka in the bedroom?
I believe I did.
And when we just watched your video in Exhibit 43 of your body-worn camera, that back door, was it locked or unlocked?
It was unlocked.
Did you lock it when you left?
I did not.
And it's my understanding that this video starts at 4:10 a.m. and that's when you first knock and announce. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And first knock and announce at this second welfare check, just to be clear. Is that correct?
Yes, the second welfare check.
And you stated that you started a logbook after that.
That is correct.
Do you recall what time that was?
No, I do not recall what time it was.
And you stated that was directly after you left the apartment?
That is
after you
correct.
closed the door?
I don't remember if I closed the door or before or after I started the log.
Okay. Nothing further.
Mr. Larson?
No further questions.
All right. You may step down.
Judge, I'm going to need a couple minutes to set up before we start our next witness. I'm wondering if now might be a good time for our afternoon break.
I appreciate that. We will do so. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we will take our afternoon break. I would remind you of your admonition. Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves, and please continue to keep an open and attentive mind. We'll be in adjournment for approximately 15 minutes.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I only do this just based on experience with other similar trials. I've spoken to Mr. Larson informally. I just wanted to make sure that he'd spoken to Ms. Escontrias' family, that we're going to be venturing into a portion of the exhibits that are going to include some photographs that can be grotesque, horrifying, etc. I know that some of them may very well elect to remain in the courtroom. Certainly they're well within their rights. This is a public courtroom. But I would just, I guess, ask the court sort of advise anyone who chooses to stay just to try to, I guess, not draw attention to themselves, not, shout out, or other words, become a distraction. And to be clear, they've given me no indication that they intend to do that. I just, out of an abundance of caution, I think it's helpful.
Mr. Larson or Mr. Jones, if you wish to comment on that.
Thank you, Your Honor. My understanding is most or all of the family will be leaving for that portion of the testimony. If any do elect to stay, I do not anticipate any issues.
And it's good to note, sometimes these types of matters can be troublesome for actually everyone in the courtroom. And I would ask that anyone that decides to remain in the courtroom, I expect everyone to act like you would in a courtroom and maintain your decorum and not be a distraction to the jury. Thank you. Any other matters?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We'll bring the jury in. Mr. Jones, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Alex Grease.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat there. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Grease, would you please state and spell your name?
Sure. Detective Alex Grease, A-L-E-X, last name is spelled G-R-I-E-S.
Would you please tell us where you work?
I currently work for the Scott County Sheriff's Office, assigned to the Detective Bureau.
And what do you do with the Sheriff's Office?
As I'm assigned to the Detective Bureau, I oversee general crime investigations.
Are you a law enforcement officer?
Yes, sir.
Would you please tell us about your education and training to be a law enforcement officer?
I attended the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy in 2006, employed then at the time with the Muscatine Police Department. I worked for them for approximately 4.5 years. After that, I worked for the City of Buffalo, both as a patrol officer and patrol sergeant, up until 2019 when I was hired with the Scott County Sheriff's Office.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that year for me, please?
I'm sorry?
Could you repeat the year you started with the Scott County Sheriff's Office?
July 2019.
Right. And what have your duties been with the Scott County Sheriff's Office since you started in 2019?
Sure. I started as a patrol deputy, working the streets both on second and third shift. Since then, I have been assigned to our SWAT team, or known as our Special Response Team. I am a traffic collision accident investigator and reconstructionist. I'm a field training officer and currently assigned as a detective.
Have you received any specialized training concerning processing of crime scenes, blood evidence, and blood spatter?
Yes, I have.
And would you please tell us about that specialized training?
I attended a 40-hour, one-week basic evidence technician course in 2007 through the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy. I attended a advanced crime scene technology course in 2010 at the University, or Northwestern University of Illinois, and I have attended a blood stain recognition course, and I'm currently attending a 40-hour basic blood stain pattern analysis course.
As part of your duties with the Scott County Sheriff's Office, were you asked to, I guess, in some way get involved with the Christopher Behal case?
Yes, I was.
And when did you first get involved with the case?
The morning of March 14th, 2024, I was contacted by then Sergeant Josh Wall.
All right. And what were you directed to do when you started your involvement?
Upon arriving at the scene, I was tasked with scene photographs, processing, as well as evidence collection.
Okay. I'm going to take you a little bit out of order chronologically, so I'm not going to start with the scene. But generally speaking, were you involved with collecting and documenting physical evidence involved with this case?
Yes, I was.
Right. As part of your involvement, were you asked to take photographs of clothing that had been worn by Mr. Behal?
Yes, I did.
Did you take photographs of his clothing?
Yes, I did.
When did you do that?
That would have been on March 15th, the following day.
Right. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Detective, I'm going to hand you a couple bags marked Deceased Exhibit 31 and 32. These are previously been admitted. Can you look in there and let me know if the items in those bags were the clothing that you photographed that you understood to belong to Mr. Behal?
Sure. Stakes Exhibit 31. Would you like me to remove them?
If you need to identify it.
Yes, this would have been the T-shirt that I was advised was taken from Mr. Behal.
Okay, and for Exhibit 32?
And these would be the shorts I was also advised were taken from Mr. Behal.
Can you tell us why, as part of a criminal investigation, and should I refer to you as an evidence technician with respect to these duties? Is that an accurate term?
It is, as well as that is part of my duties as a detective as well.
Okay. As part of processing evidence related to a criminal investigation, why would you take photographs of clothing that have been collected?
So we like to document them as we receive them, or in this case, as we receive them, as well as in place, such as at a crime scene.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Detective, I've just handed you documents that have been marked for identification purposes as Exhibits 12-1, 12-12, 12-14, 12-19, 12-23, and 12-25. Would you please look through those and let me know when you're done? Okay, do those exhibits consist of photographs?
Yes, I did.
And do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
Did you take those photographs?
Yes, sir.
And generally speaking, what did you photograph in those exhibits?
These would be photos of Mr. Behal's shorts.
Right. Do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the way the shorts appeared when you processed them?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I move to admit States Exhibits 12-1, 12-14, if I didn't say 12-12, 12-19, 12-23, and 12-25.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
Your Honor, may I have permission to publish?
You may.
All right, Detective, I think you see it behind you on the screen, Exhibit 12-1. Do you see a wooden pointer back there by where you're sitting? I'm sorry, I did not mean to make you do Pilates this afternoon. No worries. All right, can you tell us what you're looking at or what you photographed in Exhibit 12-1, please?
This is the front of Mr. Behal's shorts, an overall.
Okay, and is there anything notable about what we see on the shorts?
As you can see, that it appears to have multiple blood stains on it.
Are any of the stains, I guess, distinct from the others in terms of what type of stain they are?
There are a couple. This one here does appear to be a transfer stain, which appears to be possibly from a finger or thumb.
Can you explain what a transfer stain is, please?
Sure. Transfer stain is when you have, as an example, blood on your hand, and it is placed onto a clean surface and then immediately removed without swiping or wiping your hand.
And is there, or in Exhibit 12-1, can you see examples of a suspected blood stain that would be different from the transfer stain you've just talked about?
Sure. Up top here, we do have ones that appear to be in a swiping motion, which would be a blood-covered surface onto a clean surface and quickly moved. And then, excuse me, the waistband here, it appears to be a saturation evident of pooling, which appears to have occurred while they're being worn.
Are there any other types or broad categories of blood stain beyond the three we've talked about?
There is, such as a wipe. Like I had stated, a wipe would be a clean surface going through a bloody surface, moving blood from one direction to another. A swipe, like I had stated, is a dirty surface onto a clean surface with directionality and movement. And a pooling is going to be a large, heavy, saturated area. That's what I can think of. Sorry about that. And the transfer stains.
Is spatter a separate category of blood stain?
Spatter is a separate category of blood stains, given how it is projected.
Can you describe or explain what a spatter is?
Spatters can be made from impacts, such as an object hitting something that already has blood on it, causing a spatter pattern, or such as cast-off can be done from something that has blood on an object and it is projected against a wall, and that causes a cast-off from that object.
If, let's say, for example, there's blood on a baseball bat and someone were to swing the bat, is that the sort of thing that would cause cast-off spray?
That's correct.
If you look at a blood stain, what would you look at to distinguish a spatter stain versus another type of blood stain?
So spatter stains typically are smaller. They're 1 to 3 millimeters. They can be grouped together, and depending on the type of spatter, they can be projected in like a radial motion, a cone, if you will, or with cast-off. Cast-off is very common to be a linear motion. As an example, if you're moving straight up and down with that object that does have blood on it, that is going to be in a linear fashion.
Can you see any examples of a spatter stain in Exhibit 12-1?
So it does have some spatter stains here, as you can see here, as well as down here and here. They're going to be those small markings.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 12-12. And what do we see in 12-12?
So, excuse me. 12-12, this is with a scale, the bottom of Mr. Behal's shorts, and given that this is the removal of his shorts, I believe by Medic, the left leg, and we also see spatter patterns on the shorts as well.
It looks like you were pointing to a cut kind of down the middle in the photograph. Were the shorts cut like that when you saw them?
Yes.
Take a look at 12-14. What do we see in 12-14?
This would be, again, also the bottom of the right leg, and here we have the potential to be such as a transfer or a swipe as well here.
Then 12-19?
12-19 is next to, on the left leg, next to the cut part of the shorts. And here you have, again, it's a possibility of a transfer or a swiping motion.
Do we see any spatter stains in 12-19?
Yes, we do, as we did down here on the bottom as well as toward the middle top.
In 12-23, what do we see?
Again, with a scale, we have what appears to be a transfer pattern, possibly from a finger or thumb, as well as coupled with some spattered patterns, multiple places. As you can see, they're very, very fine.
When we were speaking about spatter, how you can identify it in a stain, you described a size, I believe, of approximately 1 to 3 millimeters.
Correct.
We've got a ruler on screen. For folks who aren't familiar with metric, can you show what 1 to 3 millimeters looks like on the metric side, and then kind of what that would mean in terms of inches at the top?
Sure. So metric side, and I guess you could say the standard side. Centimeter would be from the outside line here to number 1 would be 1 full centimeter. The small hash marks in between would be 1 millimeter.
Okay, and so 1 to 3 millimeters, is that substantially smaller than an inch?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Let's turn to 12-25, and what do we see in this photograph?
From here you can see what appears to also be a transfer pattern. Could not tell you exactly what from, but it has distinct formations.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Detective, I've handed you state's proposed exhibits 12-42, 12-60, and 12-55. Would you please take a look at those and let me know when you're done? All right, are those exhibits photographs?
Yes, they are.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir, I do.
And did you take those photographs?
Yes, sir.
And generally speaking, what did you photograph in those 3 exhibits?
That would be Mr. Behal's shirt.
All right, exhibit 31 that we looked at earlier?
Correct.
Do the photographs in 12-42, 12-60, and 12-55 fairly and accurately depict the defendant's shirt, exhibit 31, at the time you were processing it?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit exhibits 12-42, 12-60, and 12-55.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I may have permission to publish.
You may.
So let's start with exhibit 12-42. What do we see in this photo?
This is the overall of the front of Mr. Behal's shirt.
And I can't tell for sure if it's a wrinkle or not. Is the shirt cut open down the middle?
It is. It starts here at the bottom, as you can see, and goes up.
All right. Was the shirt in that condition when you first saw it?
Yes, it was.
All right. And are there any features of the shirt that you were trying to document with this particular photo?
Yes, sir.
And could you please walk us through those?
Given the color of the shirt, that is hard to see, but there is a noticeable wear pattern here, which also appears to have have blood around that as well. And then down at the bottom here, you can see small dot here, and I know there's a close-up of another one that you have in exhibits that shows up here to be spatter pattern as well.
Okay, let's take a look at 12-60. What did you document in this photograph?
Again, dot here, that appears to be a blood spatter, and then also up here at the top.
All right. And then what do we see in Exhibit 12-55?
So this would be from the overall on the lower left side of the shirt is a wear pattern. The purpose of this is I stuck my glove in there to show that it is a worn through.
Was the shirt, was there like a cut, like a sharp object had sliced through that wear pattern?
It doesn't appear to. It appears just to be a wear pattern.
All right. What did you do with Exhibits 31 and 32 after you photographed them?
After we photographed them, they were, we documented obviously everything that needed to be documented on. They were repackaged and they would have been sent to the DCI.
Right. When the sheriff's office collects physical evidence, we'll talk about the DCI in a moment, but where is this evidence stored for the sheriff's office?
Sure. So we have a permanent holdings as well as temporary holdings. In this case, prior to processing, it is put into a temporary holding cage at our patrol headquarters located in Eldridge. Upon processing, we did that in our secure lab. And then from there, once it is sealed in its bag, it is put into our permanent evidence prior to being transported.
Okay. And why, let's start with that first stage, that temporary locker. Why put it in a locker?
That's to ensure chain of custody and security.
Make sure no one tampers with it?
Correct.
All right. And I think you said you photographed the shirt and the shorts in a secure lab. Is that right?
That's correct.
And can you tell us about your secure lab at the sheriff's office?
Our secure lab is where we do evidence processing. It is accessed primarily by our administration. I'm sorry, access has by our administration as well as our one evidence technician, which we actually had to have permission to get in there to process it by our evidence technician.
All right. And then there's a sort of, you said a permanent locker that things would go into after that?
That is correct.
And again, is there limited access to the permanent lockers?
Yes, there is.
All right. You referenced the DCI a couple minutes ago. What is the DCI?
The DCI, that stands for Division of Criminal Investigations. They are a state agency.
Is it basically the state police?
It is.
All right. Does the DCI or Division of Criminal Investigations have a laboratory that, I guess, tests and analyzes items of evidence?
Yes, they do.
Is that commonly referred to as the DCI lab?
Yes.
And is that where law enforcement agencies from around the state would send, for example, items for DNA testing or to identify possible controlled substances?
Yes, they would.
And in this particular case, ultimately were exhibits 31 and 32, shorts and shirt, sent to the DCI lab for testing?
Yes, they were.
And how does evidence get from the sheriff's office to the DCI lab?
They are transported typically by our evidence technician by vehicle up to the DCI lab.
And where is the DCI lab located?
That's in Ankeny, if I remember correctly.
Okay. I want to jump to additional or different involvement with this case. At some point, were you asked to process a floor mat and carpeting from a car in connection with this case?
Sorry. Yes, I was.
When did that happen?
The same day as the processing of the clothing materials.
Is that March 15th of 2024?
That is correct.
Right. And who requested that you do something with the floor mat and carpeting?
Detective Rowland.
Right. What was your understanding as to, I guess, the origin for this floor mat and carpeting?
From the driver's side of the vehicle, which Mr. Behal had wrecked.
And what did you do to process the floor mat and carpeting?
After receiving them, what we had done is collect two types of swabs from them, one being a control swab and one being a swab of the stained area.
Can Can you explain to us what a swab is, please?
Sure. It's a buccal swab. It is basically a long Q-tip, if you will, sanitary, of course. And we use those to collect such as DNA evidence, whether it is from blood or a human mouth, such as.
And how do you get, well, do you just swipe this swab or this Q-tip against the surface of an object with, for example, a stain on it?
That depends on the type of stain that it is and if it is dried or not. If the stain is dried already, what we do is we have distilled water vials, which we use, and we moisten the tip of the buccal swab, and we use that to swab the stained area to make sure we collect.
Okay, and if it's a wet stain, would you just take the swab and put it in there without having to put it in distilled water first?
That's correct.
All right. What do you do with the swab after you have swiped it against a substance you're trying to collect to, I guess, make sure it doesn't get contaminated and it's secure?
So there's two different types. What we do is we have a sleeve that goes up over the swab tip just to ensure security and make sure it is covered, and then it is placed into a swab box, approximately this long, small little box. Both ends of that box are secured with evidence tape.
And then what do you do with the boxed swabs after you've collected them?
After they've been collected, they are entered into our evidence system.
Like we talked about with respect to the shirt and shorts?
That's correct.
And then potentially they would later be taken to the DCI lab for analysis?
Yes.
Let's start with the floor mat. I think I've asked you this, but could you walk us through what you did with the floor mat with swabbing, please?
Sure. Again, like every piece of evidence that we deal with, we photograph it first, and then we would have done a control swab, which is taken approximately 2 inches outside of the stained area, and that's just to, I guess, rule out anything that would be that could contaminate that swab or the swab from the stained area that we take right afterward.
Did you see a stain on the floor mat?
Yes.
And just looking at it visually, did it look like anything in particular?
It appeared to be a blood stain.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Pair of gloves, sir.
Pardon?
Have another pair of gloves.
Yes.
Please, thank you.
So, Detective, I've handed you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 67. Do you recognize Exhibit 67 the way it's packaged right now?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell what it is?
As it's stated on the outside, it's the Chevy Impala floor mat.
All right. Is the floor mat itself in there, or are we talking about the swabs?
Oh, I'm sorry, the swabs from floor mat. I apologize.
No problem. And did you, after you boxed up the swabs from the floor mat, did you put that box inside the envelope that you're holding?
Yes.
All right. And is that sealed in some way, or how do you document who's been into it and whether it's secure?
Sure. So on the back of the envelope here, we have evidence tape, which we use to secure our envelopes, my initials, and the date that it was sealed. As you can see, that was not cut, but it is always open from a different location. It looks like it appears to be an open once and possibly two different times, and resealed by whomever had opened it.
Okay. To your knowledge, was Exhibit 67 sent to the DCI lab for testing after you collected it?
To my knowledge, yes.
All right. And if it were analyzed at the lab, would you expect it to have been cut open the way you just observed?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit State's Exhibit 67.
No objection.
67 will be admitted.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Detective, I've handed you State's Exhibit 68. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is 68?
It's two swabs, one control, one bloodstain swab from the Chevy Impala carpet cutout.
All right. And I don't know if I've asked you specifically about that yet. Could you tell me what you did to swab that carpet sample?
Again, it would be the control swab, and which would be within 2 inches from, as well as one bloodstain swab as well.
When you looked at the carpet, did there appear to be a blood stain on it?
Yes, there did.
And that's what you swabbed?
Correct.
For that one, was the blood dry?
If I recall correctly, yes.
Would you have had to use the distilled water in order to take the sample?
Yes.
And then after you collected the swabs from the carpet, did you again put them in a box?
Yes, we did.
And did you then seal it inside the envelope that's Exhibit 68?
Yes, we did.
And again, for that one, do you see evidence that you sealed it? And can you tell whether it's been opened at some point?
Yes. My seal, my initials and that date, and then 2 different seals and initials and date as well.
And was Exhibit 68 sent to the DCI lab for testing?
Yes, it was.
And having been tested, would you expect to see that the envelope had been cut open the way you've described?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to omit State's Exhibit 68.
No objection.
Exhibit 68 will be admitted.
Detective, I want to turn to the apartment on Crestview Drive in Parkview. Were you involved with processing the scene at 105 Crestview Drive?
Yes, I was.
And in particular, apartment 4 at that location?
That is correct.
And is that apartment building in Parkview, Iowa?
Yes, it is.
And does Parkview use Eldridge for its mailing address?
Yes, it does.
Is it a sort of a separate community subdivision otherwise?
You could refer to it as a subdivision. It is an unincorporated area of Scott County.
So the apartment building at 105 Crestview Drive is located within Scott County, Iowa?
Yes, it is.
Right. Did you work with anyone to process the scene at the Crestview Drive apartment?
Yes, I did.
And who did you work with?
At the time, it was Sergeant Josh Wall.
And can you kind of talk about how the two of you would coordinate to process this particular scene?
What we did, or what I did first, was I was in charge of the photographs initially, and then him and I worked cohesively amongst us doing evidence collection as well as the evidence processing.
Okay. So as to the extent Sergeant Wall was taking actions to collect evidence, were you there with him and participating the same thing at the same time?
Yes, I was.
All right. Generally speaking, can you talk to me or talk to the jury about how you process a crime scene?
Sure. First part, obviously, is our crime scene preservation. We want to make sure, obviously, no unwanted persons are in or out of that place, or nothing leaves that scene, so our scene security is first. The first thing that we do is we photograph, document by photographs, everything as it sits in place, every room, and then we come back and do an evidence-specific photos of things that we collect.
All right. When did you go to 105 Crestview Drive to process the scene?
I arrived on scene there at approximately 7:15 in that morning.
When you say that morning, do you mean March 14th of last year?
That is correct.
All right. And did you do anything to document or photograph the exterior of the building?
Yes, I did.
And did you photograph interior parts of the building that are outside apartment 4?
Yes, I did.
Like common stairwell and corridors?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Detective, I've handed you exhibits, items have been marked for identification purposes, the state's exhibits 5-1, 5-3, and 5-5. Would you please take a look at those and let me know when you've had a chance to review them?
Yes, sir.
Do those exhibits contain photographs?
Yes, they do.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir.
Did you take them?
Yes, sir.
And generally speaking, what did you photograph in those exhibits?
State's Exhibit 5-1 is the exterior front of...
Please don't show this
I'm
to
sorry,
the jury yet.
I apologize.
No problem. Are we looking at the exterior common interior hallway photos from the building?
Yes.
All right. And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the exterior and the interior stairwell of the apartment building located at 105 Crestview Drive in Parkview, as you saw them on March 14, 2014?
2024.
Oh, excuse me, 2024.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the correction. Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibits 5-1, 5-3, and 5-5.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
All right. What are we looking at in Exhibit 5-1?
This is the front exterior of 105 Crestview Drive.
Can you tell or point out where apartment 4 would be as shown in that photograph?
Sure. It would be the upper right corner.
And then what do we see in 5-3?
This is the common stairwell leading upstairs to apartment number 4.
And can you see the entrance to apartment 4 in this photo?
Yes, I do. Straight up here.
And then in 5-5, what do we see?
5-5 would be the rear exterior of 105 Crestview Drive.
And can you show us where apartment 4 would be in that photo?
Sure. This would be the entrance sliding glass door. It would be on the upper left side.
All right. And it looks like there's maybe some police tape at the bottom of the stairway leading up to that patio. Is that right?
That is correct.
Was that tape in place when you arrived?
Yes, it was.
As part of processing the scene, did you move throughout apartment 4 at 105 Crestview Drive?
Yes.
And were you able, well, having gone through there, were you able to determine the layout of the apartment well enough that you could make a hand drawing of the apartment's features?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Detective, I've handed you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 49. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is Exhibit 49?
It is a hand-drawn layout, not to scale, of the apartment number 4.
Right. Does Exhibit 49 fairly and accurately show the general layout, understanding it's not to scale, of apartment 4 at 105 Crestview Drive as you saw it on March 14, 2024?
Yes, it does.
And would referring to the diagram in Exhibit 49 assist you in explaining to the jury what you did while you processed the scene and the things that are shown in the photographs that you took?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit State's Exhibit 49.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 49 will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
All right. Can you kind of walk us through what's in the diagram in 49, please?
As stated, it is a hand-drawn, not to scale, of the apartment number 4.
Okay. And can you, let's start at the bottom. We see a B2 and a B1. What are those?
That's going to be bedroom 1 and bedroom 2.
And there's sort of a thicker black line at the bottom of bedroom 1. What is that?
That indicates the sliding glass door.
So if you were coming into the apartment from the back, you go up those stairs onto that patio and go through that door?
That is correct.
And then what do we see above the 2 bedrooms?
Above bedroom 1 would be the living room area. Above bedroom 2, bath and hallway and kitchen.
All right. And there are some rectangles and boxes in the kitchen and the living room. Could you explain what those are?
Yes. Starting with the living room, this box here would be the love seat style couch that was in there, as well as the small box would be a recliner. The kitchen, this here would be the refrigerator in the kitchen, and this one here would be the dining table, if you will.
And can you show us where the doors are within the apartment on the diagram.
Sure. As stated here, this would be the sliding glass door to the rear of the entrance. This here would be the front door as you would enter off of Crestview Drive, the front of the building.
Did you process the primary bedroom marked as B1 in Exhibit 49?
Yes.
And what did you do to process it?
First was a documentation by photographs first, which would consist of doing overall photographs, and then it would be checking the scene for anything of evidentiary value.
Right. And so you photographed the contents of the bedroom?
That is correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you.
Detective, I've given you kind of a bigger stack this time. I just handed you what have been marked for identification purposes. States Exhibits 5-9, 5-10, 5-11, 5-13, 5-14, 5-17, 5-19, 5-21, 5-155, 5-158, 12-75, 12-77, and 12-89. Please let me know when you've had a chance to take a look at those.
Yes, sir.
And are those proposed exhibits all photographs?
Yes, they are.
Do you recognize them?
Yes, sir.
And did you take them?
Yes, I did.
When did you take those photos?
If I may break them down, they were done on 2 different dates.
Thank you. For the photos that start, the exhibits that start with a 5.
Yes, all the exhibits that start with a 5. I want to make sure I review them real quick one more time, please.
I apologize. I didn't mean to trick you with that.
No worries. Yes, all photographs starting with Exhibit 5 would have been taken on March 14th, 2024.
And for the 3 that start with a 12?
Those would have been taken during evidence processing on March 15th, 2024.
All right. For the exhibits starting with a 5, are those all photographs of the primary bedroom labeled B1 in Exhibit 49?
Yes, they are.
And do those photos fairly and accurately depict how the primary bedroom and its contents looked while you were there on March 14, 2024?
Yes, they do.
And for the exhibits starting with a 12, it should be 1275, 12-77, 12-89. Are those photographs that you took of a cell phone?
Yes, they are.
And was that cell phone collected from the primary bedroom at the apartment that's labeled as B1 in Exhibit 49?
Yes, it was.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the way that cell phone appeared when you took those photos on March 15th?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit States Exhibits 5-9, 5-10, 5-11, 5-13, 5-14, 5-17, 5-19, 5-21, 5-155, 5-158, 12-75, 12-77, and 12-89.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I have permission to publish?
You may.
Okay, so let's start with 5-9. What did you document with this photo?
Again, the first thing we do is document the overall condition of the room prior to doing any searching or movement of objects, and this is depicting the wall as you walk in the left side of the bedroom as you walk in from the sliding glass door of bedroom 1.
So when you take this photo, you're basically standing in the sliding glass doorway?
That's correct.
All right. Is there anything depicted in 5-9 that I'll call of evidentiary value, something that was evidence that needed to be collected or that you thought demonstrated evidence of a crime?
Yes, there was. This here in front was a bandage with some medical tape on it. It was later found that it was from a plasma donation, and it was never actually collected. It was just initially thought it could be part of something.
Anything else of note in 5-9?
No, sir.
Okay, so what do we see in 5-10?
510, again, moving from the left to the right throughout the bedroom 1, we start seeing the end of a bed.
All right, is there anything noteworthy in 5-10?
At this angle, no, sir.
Okay. In 5-11, what do we see?
Again, we're still moving toward the right. This would be the head of the bed as well as a nightstand here next to the, if you're looking at the bed, to the right side.
And anything of significance in this photo?
You can start to see here on the bed next to the pillow and against the wall is what ultimately found to be a Hawkeye vodka bottle.
I guess I should ask, as we look at some of these photos that don't have items of evidentiary value, what's the purpose in taking these photographs as you're processing a scene?
These photos in general, again, document the scene as it was found upon our arrival.
Okay. Let's go to 5-13. What do we see?
Again, here, this is the right side of the bed if you were looking from foot to head. And here we have a nightstand on the right side as well as its contents.
Is there anything that stands out as being significant in 5-13?
On top of the nightstand here is a date book, and it had some, it was open to pages of that specific date range.
Okay. 5-14, what do we see here?
This would be the floor of also the right side of the bed. Over on this side would, for reference, would be the sliding glass door area, and bed obviously on the left side here. We have a garbage bag here, which was noted, as well as a towel here. I'll explain the white line was due to the fact it was dark and it was using my flashlight to get some more light for the camera. So that's not exactly anything specific. But the towel here we believe to have some sort of blood on it, but it turned out, I believe, just something from food or whatnot. It was not ever collected.
Then 5-17?
517 here, this was from looking from foot to head of the bed, the left side, again, showing a nightstand on that left side.
And was there anything especially significant in 5-17?
Not at this photo, no.
And what do we see in 5-19?
519 is the closet located in bedroom 1.
Right. And anything significant in 5-19?
No, there's not.
How about 5-21?
So an overall of the bedroom, again, still located in bedroom 1. Two things that initially stood out would be a blood stain here, which appears to be from a transfer stain, and then you can see the Hawkeye vodka bottle in full.
I see there's some pillows sort of in the middle of the bed. Did anyone look underneath them to see if there was something below them?
Yes, we did.
All right. And if we go to 5-155, what do we see?
So underneath, it would have been, from the previous photo, the pillow closest, I guess, to the foot, if you will. We see evidence marker 22 being a cell phone. Evidence 20 would be the blood stain. This here would be the Hawkeye vodka bottle cap.
Right. Did you collect the cell phone next to marker 22?
Yes, we did.
And can you explain why we see these little yellow tents with numbers on them?
All the yellow tents with numbers and scales are to note pieces of evidence.
Those were placed there by you and Sergeant Wall as you processed the scene?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what do we see in 158?
So 158 would be, again, the up top, the bottle cap from the Hawkeye vodka bottle, and it would be the cell phone.
All right. It looks like the back of the cell phone is discolored. Can you tell what that is?
Yes, from our observations, it was dried blood.
Turning to 12-75, I think you said before that you collected the cell phone we've just been talking about and then photographed it the next day.
That is correct.
Is that what we're seeing in 12-75?
Yes, it is.
Which side of the phone are we looking at?
This would be the front side.
All right. Where did you take this photograph?
At our patrol headquarters evidence lab.
And I'm going to take you back one exhibit back to 158. When you lifted the phone off the bed to collect it, Was there any blood that had been transferred onto the sheets below it?
No, there was not.
And in 12-75, is that discoloration the blood you were referring to earlier?
Yes.
And 12-77, what are we looking at in this photo?
Still the front of the phone, using a flashlight to create an oblique lighting just to give more definition to what is on the front of the phone.
All right. It just gives different contrast?
Yes, it does.
All right. And is the color of light different from what you used for 12-75?
It would have been the same. Or, I'm sorry, from 1275, I apologize. That would be just the natural light of the room.
All right, so if I go back to 12-75, that's natural light?
That is correct.
And then for 12-77, there was a light source placed to make it brighter?
Correct.
Then what do we see in 12-89?
This is going to be the back side of that same cell phone.
And what do you note on the back of it?
Again, we still have dried blood on the back of that phone.
Okay. It looks like whatever surface the phone's been placed on has some lettering above the phone in the photograph. What is the significance of that lettering?
Sure. The reason we did that is we kind of broke the swabs down into three parts of this phone. For the back side, labeled A, B, and C. So we took swabs from directly below center from each part of that cell phone.
Okay, so you did take multiple swabs of the suspected blood from the back of the phone?
Yes, sir.
Right. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Detective, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 66 for identification purposes. Can you tell us, well, take a look at it and let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
And what do we see in Exhibit 66? Or what is Exhibit 66? Excuse me.
It's an envelope containing 7 swabs from Miss Escontrias' cell phone.
All right. Is that the cell phone that was collected from the bedroom that we've been talking about?
Yes, it is.
And once you collected those swabs, did you, I guess, package them the way we discussed the other swabs?
Yes.
And is Exhibit 66 labeled and sealed so you can determine whether it's been tampered with?
Yes.
All right. Do your initials appear on there?
No, they do not.
Okay. Do you know who, I guess, sealed 66 after it was collected?
Sure. Sergeant Josh Wall.
And are his initials on there?
Yes, they are.
Can you tell whether 66 has been opened?
Yes.
And I should ask, was Exhibit 66 sent to the DCI crime lab for testing?
Yes, it was.
And, if it had been tested, would you expect that the envelope in 66 to have been opened the way we see it today?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'd move to omit State's Exhibit 66.
No objection.
Exhibit 66 will be admitted.
Detective, as part of processing the apartment on Crestview Drive, did you also process the bathroom?
Yes, I did.
Can you put me back up, please? And if we look back at Exhibit 49, we were in B1, and can you show us again where the bathroom is to help us stay oriented?
Sure. The bathroom is located directly above bedroom 2.
All right. So if you're standing at the doorway to bedroom 1 looking at the bathroom, would you see a door to the spare bedroom on your left?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
And Detective, I've handed you what have been marked as exhibits for identification purposes as 5-22, 5-31, 5-32, 5-33, and 5-200A. Would you please take a look at those and let me know when you've had a chance to review them?
Yes, sir.
Hey, did those exhibits contain photographs?
Yes, they do.
And do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
Did you take them?
Yes, I did.
And when did you take those photos?
That would have been March 14th, 2024.
Right. And do those photographs show the bathroom at apartment 4 at 105 Crestview Drive?
Yes, they do.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the bathroom and its contents as you saw them on March 14, 2024?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move to omit State's Exhibits 5-22, 5-31, 5-32, and if I said that already, I meant 5-22, 5-33, and 5-200A.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish?
You may.
So what do we see in 5-22?
So 5-22, this photo is taken from bedroom 1, looking through the hallway, the short hallway, toward the bathroom.
Right. And can you see the entrance to the spare bedroom in this photo?
You can, slightly here to the left, it's going to be this door frame here.
All right. Is there anything of evidentiary significance in 5-22?
We did observe some loose hair in the hallway, which was later labeled with an exhibit tent and collected.
Okay. What do we see in 5-31?
This is going to be the entrance to the bathroom from outside in the hallway.
Okay. Is there anything that stands out as especially significant in 5-31?
No, there's not.
What do we see in 5-32?
This is going to be the floor of the same bathroom from the hallway as well. And primarily, there is strands of hair here as well.
All right. Is it unusual to find strands of hair in a bathroom?
No, it's not.
All right. What do we see in 5-33?
This is going to be also from right inside the doorway of the bathroom, the shower and its contents that when we arrived on scene.
I'm going to take you back. In 5-31, can we see a medicine cabinet within the bathroom?
Yes, we can here on the right side.
And did you look inside the medicine cabinet?
Yes, I did.
And what do we see in 5-200A?
We see prescription medication bottles.
All right. And were those found in the medicine cabinet in the bathroom?
Yes, they were.
And is there a name on the prescription bottles?
Yes, they're in the name of Christopher Behal.
All right. And obviously there's some blue boxes on there. Is that the way it appeared as you took the photograph?
Not without the blue boxes.
Okay. Were those added later for privacy consideration for Mr. Behal?
Yes, they were.
All right. As part of your work at the scene, I guess I should ask this. Why do you take a photograph of prescription bottles with the defendant's name on them?
A couple different reasons. We document types of medication as well as we document indicia showing occupancy of the residence.
Meaning that if there's something belonging to a person at the residence, it's more likely they live there?
That's correct.
All right. As part of your work at the apartment 4 on Crestview Drive, did you process the spare bedroom?
Yes, we did.
And let's go back to 49. Where is the spare bedroom?
The spare bedroom is labeled as bedroom 2 here on the lower left.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay, Detective, I've shown you, or handed you, would have been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits 5-23, 5-24, 5-25, 5-26, 5-27, 5-28, and 5-29. Would you please look through those and let me know when you're done?
Yes, sir.
Right. And do those exhibits contain photographs?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
Did you take those photographs?
Yes, I did.
When did you take them?
The morning of March 14th, 2024.
Right. And are those photographs from the spare bedroom at 105 Crestview Drive, apartment 4 in Parkview?
Yes, they are.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the spare bedroom and its contents as you saw them on March 14, 2024?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I move to admit State's Exhibits 5-23, 5-24, 5-25, 5-26, 5-27, 5-28, and 5-29.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
All right, so what do we see in 5-23?
5-23 is taken from the hallway in between the bathroom, and if it would be back this way would be the bedroom 1, and is looking into bedroom 2.
Is there anything that we see in 5-23 that stands out as especially significant?
Nothing significant for the fact there is just loose clothing lying on the floor.
What do we see in 5-24?
So this would be taken, I guess, more of a 90-degree angle through the doorway of bedroom number 2 with clothing and other materials lying on the floor of that bedroom, as well next to the closet located on the left inside that bedroom.
Do we see anything of evidentiary significance in 5-24?
Nothing that was collected. The only other thing would be the Gatorade bottle here on the floor.
And turning to 5-25, what are we looking at?
Again, same thing. We have that Gatorade bottle there on the floor, and then again the loose clothing located on the floor as well.
Is there anything in 5-25 that's particularly significant to the investigation?
No.
What do we see in 5-26?
Again, a different angle of that same clothing from the previous photo on the floor of that bedroom.
And anything especially stand out with this photo?
No.
In Exhibit 5-27, what do we see?
More clothing located in totes, again, still in that same bedroom.
And 5-28?
Different angle of the same totes.
Anything especially significant there?
No.
And then 5-29?
This would be the closet located in bedroom number 2. Nothing was located inside besides the hangers on the rack.
All right. I'm going to go back to Exhibit 49. Did you process the hallway sort of in the center of apartment 4 that day?
Yes.
And can you point out where the hallway is?
Hallway would be this row here.
Okay. And does that lead from the bedroom area to the living room, kitchen area?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Detective, I've handed you what have been marked for identification purposes. The State's Exhibits 5-34, 5-40, 5-73, 5-77, 5-179, and 5-180. Would you please let me know when you've had a chance to take a look at those?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did those exhibits contain photographs?
Yes, they do.
And do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir.
Did you take them?
I did.
And did you take them as you're processing the apartment on March 14, 2024?
Yes, I did.
And do those particular photographs document that interior hallway at the Crestview Drive apartment that we've been talking about?
Yes, it does.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the appearance of the hallway and its contents when you saw them on March 14, 2024?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I move to admit State's Exhibits 5-34, 5-40, 5-73, 5-77, 5-179, and 5-180.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. So what do we see in 5-34?
So I'm standing approximately the mid hallway area. If it was directly behind me would be the bedroom number 2. To the left would be the bathroom, looking toward the kitchen here. We can start seeing multiple areas of blood stains and blood patterns.
All right, and before we keep moving, I know I'm thirsty talking this much and you're talking more than me. Do you need some water?
I would appreciate it.
Right. May I approach, Your Honor? Oh. you very much. Anything else in 5-34 that's important to the investigation that we have not discussed yet?
Yes. Two things. There is a floor fan here, and there's additional blood stains and pooling on the other side of it. And then on the far side of the living room area, you see a pink clothing material, which ended up being a shirt.
Let's look at 5-40. What do we see here?
Again, this is taken from that floor fan area behind the couch from the living room. We can see a heavy blood pooling, saturated blood here on the carpet. It was wet upon arrival and then stayed wet throughout our investigation while we were there. And then you can start seeing multiple blood stains and different patterns as well as on the wall.
Right. You mentioned the pool of blood next to the fan stayed wet. As we go through and see additional blood stains, were any of the others still wet by the time you left the scene?
Now, there were a couple others, yes.
Okay. Turning to 5-73, what are we looking at?
So this would be the opposite end of the hallway, kitchen on my right, and the living room would be on the left here. It's still of the same hallway from the previous photo, and we can see different blood transfer pattern swipes here on the end cap wall as well as on the lower part of the wall.
And what do we see in 5-77?
So 5-77 shows where the floor fan is for reference in that same hallway, and wall is the large blood pooling with a scale.
Did you take a swab from that blood stain we see next to the fan in 5-77?
Yes, we did.
And for that one, did you need to use distilled water to loosen up the sample?
No, I did not.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Detective, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 61. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
And what is State's Exhibit 61?
They're blood swab, which were taken from what is located as tent number 14, which in reporting was labeled as that pool in that photograph.
All right, so what you have in 61 of the swabs that you and Sergeant Wall took from the blood stain that we see on the carpet in 5-77?
That's correct.
And along like the other blood swabs we talked about, were they first put into a box?
Yes, they were.
And then placed in the envelope that you're holding?
That is correct.
And can you see seals placed in that envelope to make sure it's secured?
Yes.
Are your initials on there?
They are not.
And are Sergeant Wall's initials on there?
Yes, they are.
Can you see whether that envelope has been opened since you and Sergeant Wall sealed it?
Yes, it appears to.
Was Exhibit 61 sent to the DCI lab for testing?
Yes, it was.
And would you expect it to have been opened the way you see it today had it been tested at the DCI lab?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I move to omit State's Exhibit 61.
No objection.
Exhibit 61 will be admitted.
Is there anything? If you put the slide back up, please. All right. Is there anything else that was significant to your investigation in 5-77 that we have not discussed?
Just the other patterns that you have here. You have multiple blood stains, which appear to be a movement stain here, and then as they continue, multiple around, and then we do see the swipes and transfer on the wall as well.
Turning to 5-179, what do we see?
So this here is going to be a transfer pattern. It's from a heavily saturated area of the what we believe to be Ms. Escontrias' body had somewhat rested against this part, heavily saturated enough to create blood flow down the wall.
The witness has testified to a specialist.
Overruled.
If you could please finish your response, sir.
Sure. In addition to the large blood spot here, we have some swipe marks as well that move down the wall.
It looks like there's a white sticker with some writing on it in the middle of the wall. Was that sticker there before you processed the scene?
No, it was not. I placed that there.
What's the purpose for putting that sticker there?
So this area in general, these stains were labeled as tent number 13, separate from 14 by the fan, and we labeled spots on the wall as 13A and B, and this is labeled as 13B.
And why did you want to label them?
They're significant, showing movement through the apartment.
Did you take a swab sample from the blood around that area you've marked as 13B?
I believe we did, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Excuse me.
Detective, I've handed you an envelope that's been labeled State's Exhibit 62 for identification purposes. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And what is State's Exhibit 62?
It is a blood swab taken from tent, which is labeled 13B.
So that is a box containing swabs like we've talked about with other samples?
That's correct.
And that swab was taken near the sticker we see in 5-179?
That is correct.
And has the envelope on the outside of Exhibit 62 been sealed to, I guess, ensure against tampering?
Yes, it is.
Does that have either your initials or Sergeant Wall's initials?
It has Sergeant Wall's.
All right. Can you tell whether the envelope that's the exterior of Exhibit 62 has been opened since Sergeant Wall sealed it?
Yes, it has.
And was Exhibit 62 sent to the DCI lab for testing?
Yes, it was.
If it had been tested at the DCI lab, would you have expected it to appear to have been opened as we see it today?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit State's Exhibit 62.
No objection.
Exhibit 62 will be admitted.
And turning to 5-180, what are we looking at?
So this is on that same wall. Again, we used a label of 13C on this, which appears to be a swipe created from a hand.
All right. Was there any suspected blood on the light switch casing?
There is on the right side here.
All right. And again, do we have another sticker to, I guess, particularly identify a stain on the wall?
Yes, we do.
All right. Is that 13C?
Yes, it is.
And did you take a swab from the suspected blood near that sticker labeled 13C?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Excuse me. Sure.
Just handed you what's been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 63. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is Exhibit 63?
Blood swab taken from what was labeled tent 13C.
And again, we have swabs are placed in a box and then sealed inside an envelope.
That is correct.
And is there an evidence seal on the envelope?
Yes, there is.
Is it initialed by Sergeant Wall?
Yes, it is.
And does it appear that that envelope has been opened since Sergeant Wall sealed it?
Yes.
Was Exhibit 63 sent to the DCI lab for testing?
Yes, it was.
If it were tested at the lab, would you expect it to appear to have been opened as we see it today?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit State's Exhibit 63.
No objection.
Exhibit 63 will be admitted.
We look at Exhibit 49. Did you process the kitchen within the apartment while you were there on March 14, 2024?
Yes, we did.
Again, can you kind of point out to us where the kitchen is?
Upper left corner.
Again, the two boxes we see around the K label.
This will be the dining table and refrigerator.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Detective handed you what have been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibits 5-48, 5-51, 5-53, 5-55, 5-56, 5-58, 5-186, 5-60, 5-183A, 5-61, 5-193, and 5-66. Please let me know when you've had a chance to look through them.
Yes, sir.
All right, are those photographs?
Yes.
And do those photographs consist of the kitchen and its contents at apartment 4 at 105 Crestview Drive in Parkview?
Yes, they do.
Did you take those photographs?
Yes, I did.
When did you take them?
The morning of March 14th, 2024.
Right. And do those, well, other than a blue privacy box over one item in there, do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the kitchen and its contents as you saw them on March 14, 2024?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit States Exhibits 5-48, 5-51, 5-53, 5-55, 5-56, 5-58, 5-186, 5-60, 5-183A, 5-61, 5-193, and 5-66.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
All right. Your Honor, may I publish?
You may.
First up, we'll show Exhibit 5-48. What do we see in this exhibit?
So this is taken from the area of the living room toward the kitchen. Again, we can see the previous blood stains from the other photos as reference, looking into the kitchen at the dining room table.
And can you see anything on the floor as we look into the kitchen?
Yes, you can see more blood stain and blood pooling.
Turn to 5-51, what do we see?
Again, taken from the living room area into the kitchen, primarily focused on the flooring, not only on the carpet here, we can see blood trails here, but as we lead into the kitchen, there's blood stain patterns and pooling and additional pooling back here by the refrigerator.
Right. Did you take swabs from the blood on the kitchen floor?
I believe we did, yes, sir.
All right, and you, the refrigerator area, leave aside for the second, do you recall if you took a swab from the flooring, I guess closer to the carpet and the table?
If I could refer to my notes real quick, just to make sure.
Do you have notes that document where each of the swabs was taken?
Yes.
And it would help you refresh your recollection if you looked?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the witness refresh his recollection?
He may.
Thank you.
And in particular, if you could try to identify where tent 9 was placed and where, if a swab was taken by there.
Yes. So we took a swab from tent 9. Excuse me, one moment, please. Tent 9 was located, blood spot on the kitchen floor, which would be near the refrigerator.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Detective, I've handed you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 59. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And what is Exhibit 59?
Blood swabs taken from what was labeled tent 9.
All right, and that would have been on the kitchen floor somewhere near the refrigerator?
That is correct.
All right. Was that swab processed and handled the way we've discussed with the other swab samples we've discussed this afternoon?
Yes.
And so it was placed in a box and then sealed in that envelope?
That's correct.
And is there an evidence tape seal on the envelope?
There is.
And does it have Sergeant Wall's initials?
It does.
Do you know whether Exhibit 59 was sent to the DCI lab for testing?
It was.
Can you tell whether Exhibit 59 has been opened since it was sealed by Sergeant Wall?
Yes, it has.
And would you have expected it to look like that if the DCI lab had tested the sample?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to omit State's Exhibit 59.
Exhibit 59 will be admitted.
Let's turn to 5-53. What do we see in this photograph?
This is going to be the top of the dining table.
Anything that stands out as especially significant in this particular photo?
Just for the fact that we do have a wallet located here on top of the table, and both placemats are pushed over to one side.
Was that wallet collected?
It was.
And were you able to, is there any indicia in it that would help identify whose wallet it is?
Yes, there was.
And did you determine whose wallet it was?
It was an ID from Miss Escontrias.
All right. Did that ID include her photograph?
Yes.
Turning to 5-55, what do we see?
This is going to be taken from the dining table area into the kitchen.
All right. It looks like we've got some counters and cupboards. Did you take closer up views of the counters and cupboards?
Yes.
So Exhibit 5-56, what do we see?
We're going to see blood pooling on the floor here, as well as bloodstain patterns, and a black towel, screwdrivers on the floor, as well as screwdrivers on top of the stove.
All right. At some point, was a tent marker number 10 placed on the kitchen floor?
Yes.
And would that area be shown in Exhibit 5-56?
Yes.
Could you point out where marker 10 or tent 10 was placed?
10 was over in this area here, I believe, if I remember correct.
Okay. And did you take a swab of the stains on the floor where marker 10 was placed?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I've handed you what's been marked as Exhibit 60 for identification purposes. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And what is Exhibit 60?
They are also blood swabs taken from the location of tent number 10.
All right. And were those swabs or swab placed in a box and then into the envelope that's the exterior of Exhibit 60?
Yes.
Was Exhibit 60 sealed for preservation purposes?
Yes.
Do you see Sergeant Wall's initials on the seal?
Yes.
Was Exhibit 60 sent to the DCI lab for testing?
Yes.
Does it appear Exhibit 60 has been opened since you and Sergeant Wall sealed it?
It does.
And would you expect it to appear that way if the DCI lab had done testing on the swabs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to omit State's Exhibit 60.
No objection.
Exhibit 60 will be admitted.
Turning to Exhibit 5-58, what are we looking at?
This is going to be the dishwasher and cabinet area to the right of the sink.
And did you take a close-up photograph of the items on the black cloth that we see in the center of the screen?
I did.
What do we see in 5-186?
From the previous photo, it's the screwdriver that is laying on that black towel.
And did you note anything in particular about the screwdriver?
Yes, on the shaft of the screwdriver up to the tip, it appeared to be dried blood.
And what kind of screwdriver is that?
A Phillips head screwdriver.
Right, so it's got sort of an X pattern on the head of it?
Yes.
Did you collect the screwdriver we see in 5-186?
We did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
And Detective, I've handed you what's been marked as Exhibit 25 for identification purposes. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And what is Exhibit 25?
It's the screwdriver as well as blood swab boxes.
And are there swabs inside those boxes?
It appears there is.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you collect swabs that we would see inside the box that holds 25?
Honestly, I cannot recall if I did.
Okay. Is it, did the sheriff's office send the screwdriver to the DCI lab for testing?
Yes.
And would that include DNA testing?
Yes.
And would you expect the crime lab to have taken swabs of the stains on the knife in order to see if there's DNA or blood there?
Yes.
And if that had happened, would you expect the crime lab to have maintained those swabs as we see in the box holding 25?
It appears they sent them back.
Okay. Does the screwdriver, as you see it in Exhibit 25, appear to be in substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to omit State's Exhibit 25.
No objection.
Exhibit 25 will be admitted.
Okay, turning to 5-60, what are we looking at?
So this is going to be the left side of the kitchen sink, also showing two other screwdrivers there.
All right. Do you see looks like maybe a pile of mail in the corner?
Yes.
All right. Did you look at that mail?
Yes, we did.
In the sense of look at the envelopes?
Yes.
All right. And what do we see in 5-183A?
This is some sort of letter or notice sent to in an envelope addressed to Christopher Behal at that address.
All right. And is there a blue privacy box over the return address?
There is.
I assume that's not the way it physically looked at the sign.
Correct.
Okay. Did you, excuse me, what do we see in 5-61?
This would be moving from the kitchen sink area to the left, and this would be the area of the stove. And then there is a white plastic bin, if you will, and screwdrivers loose on top of the stove.
Do you know if the screwdriver in Exhibit 25 matched, I guess, the set of screwdrivers we see on top of the stove?
It appeared they had similarities, yes.
Okay. Did you look into the cupboards above the counters in the kitchen?
Yes, we did.
What do we see in Exhibit 193?
So here is going to be another notebook, if you will, small in stature, and then there's a empty knife sheath behind it.
To clarify for the record, I actually had you look at 5-193, not 193. Did you collect the knife sheath that we see in 5-193?
Yes, we did.
And what did you do with the knife sheath after you collected it?
It was packaged and put in evidence.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Detective, I've handed you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 26. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And what is Exhibit 26?
It is the what appears to be the leather empty knife sheath.
Is that the one that was collected from the cupboard that we saw in 5-193?
That is correct.
And does the knife sheath in the bag labeled Exhibit 26 appear to be in substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move to omit State's Exhibit 26.
No objection.
Exhibit 26 will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, we have hit a natural breaking point. Next would be the living room, which has a substantial number of photographs that we need to go into. Considering the hour, I'm not sure if you'd like to break for the day.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. We will adjourn for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, I would remind you of your admonition. Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else, and please continue to keep an open and attentive mind. I once again ask that you return at 8:50 tomorrow morning, and hopefully we'll start close as we can to 9 o'clock. Thank you very much. Enjoy your evening.
All rise for the jury. Sorry.